of national healing and reconciliation, because we have families that still don't have the bodies or the human remains of their loved ones that left South Africa to go into exile. This is supposed to provide a framework for coordinating repatriation and restitution initiatives within the country. The Cabinet of South Africa then endorsed a national policy on the repatriation and restitution of human remains and cultural heritage objects in 2021, because they felt that if it is not if it's not endorsed and made into policy, we might not be able to do it, or some might think that it's not important for us to do it. This policy then reaffirms the state's commitment to redressing the cultural and human rights violations perpetrated during the colonial apartheid regimes, including the unjust and unethical removal of ancestral remains and cultural heritage objects, which were often collected by museums and research institutions under the guise of scientific inquiry. This benchmarking visit by the Colombian delegation to South Africa takes place at a very strategically important moment in our bilateral relations between the two countries. South Africa and Colombia continue to strengthen diplomatic cooperation based on shared values of democracy, social justice, reconciliation, multiculturalism, and inclusive development. Both countries also share historical experiences that are shaped by colonialism, inequality, and the need to restore dignity to communities whose heritage and identities were marginalized and displaced. These shared experiences then provide a strong basis for cooperation in the areas of arts, culture, heritage, memory, and restitution. This agreement, therefore, further consolidates the growing bilateral relations between South Africa and Colombia, particularly within the framework of South Africa cooperation. The visit also comes at an opportune time, as negotiations on the contents of the bilateral memorandum of understanding on arts and culture between the two countries have already been concluded and are now just awaiting the signatures of our ministers. The signing of this important agreement was initially envisaged to take place during the Deputy President's visit in Colombia in 2025. Unfortunately, the visit was then postponed, and then the MOU was not signed. Nevertheless, this current technical and benchmarking engagement demonstrates the continued political will and commitment by both countries to deepen cooperation despite the postponement of the formal signing. This initiative also serves as an important confidence-building platform that advances practical cooperation between head of the formalization of the agreement. It also creates momentum towards the eventual signing of the Arts and Culture MOU and provides an opportunity to identify concrete programs of collaboration that will benefit institutions, artists, heritage practitioners, museums, researchers, and communities in both countries. Cooperation between South Africa and Colombia in cultural heritage and repatriation is particularly significant because it elevates cultural diplomacy as an important pillar of bilateral relations. We know that sometimes culture is not taken as a serious item in the agenda of countries, but for us, this signifies that this is very, very important. Through the exchange of best practices on repatriation, restitution, provenance research, museum cooperation, and the protection of cultural heritage, both countries seek to contribute to the broader global discourse on restorative justice and the decolonization of heritage institutions. This collaboration will further position South Africa and Colombia as important voices from the global South, advocating for ethical approaches to cultural property management and the return of cultural objects and ancestral remains to their rightful communities. Enhanced cooperation contributes to stronger political relations, people-to-people exchanges, academic collaborations, tourism opportunities, and greater cooperation within multilateral platforms such as the United Nations and UNESCO. The arts and culture sector, therefore, becomes an important instrument for advancing diplomacy, mutual understanding, and solidarity between the people of the two nations. In this regard, the current visit by the Colombian delegation should be viewed not merely as a technical benchmarking exercise, but as a meaningful diplomatic engagement that reinforces the long-standing friendship between South Africa and Colombia and lays a solid foundation for expanded future cooperation in arts, culture, heritage, and memory work. To advance our endeavors in this regard, it is imperative that South African institutions foster collaborative relationships with other nations to develop comprehensive inventories informed by rigorous provenance research to identify and repatriate cultural objects that were unethically acquired, thereby facilitating their return to their countries of origin. Furthermore, it is essential to engage proactively with international museums to promote the voluntary restitution of cultural property and ancestral remains removed during colonial occupation. Additionally, establishing sites of memory serving as symbols of our shared history with numerous countries that supported South Africa's liberation is a vital aspect of this endeavor. Lastly, strengthening bilateral cooperation to protect cultural heritage is crucial, as it will enable the development of cohesive, effective framework for the presentation of and promotion of our collective cultural heritage. As our deliberations continue, I urge both technical teams to further identify and concretize the specific programs for collaboration and partnerships to be implemented jointly by the two countries. I would like to take this opportunity to wish you a pleasant stay in South Africa and a productive benchmarking exercise, which will be worthwhile in contributing to this critical subject matter in Colombia and globally. Together, let us restore not only objects and remains, but dignity, identity, and shared humanity. With these few words, I declare this seminar officially open, and all the best in the various activities the delegations will be involved in. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Velapi. Please give the acting DDG another big round of applause. And now, colleagues, it is my great honor to welcome the Ambassador of Colombia to South Africa for opening remarks, Her Excellency, Ms. Maria del Rosario Mina. Please give her a very big round of applause.
I guess I should bring higher heels. Or this should be lower. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Program Director. Esteemed Jane of Amadi, my sister, CEO of Freedom Park, Ms. Simasa Velapi, the Acting Director General of DISAC, distinguished representatives of DISAC, SARA, Freedom Park, Dixon Museum, Department of Justice, and all the institutions here present. They are Colombian delegates, Melissa, Juan Manuel, welcome. I would like to begin by thanking the government of South Africa, particularly the Department of Sports, Arts, and Culture, to Freedom Park, one of my favorite museums, just because how you describe it, but also because I think it's a very comprehensive representation of Bantu philosophy, which we appreciate very much. And thank the South African Heritage Resource Agency for hosting during this visit, us during this visit, enable our delegates from the Colombian Institute of Anthropology and History to engage in an intense week of exchange and learning about repatriation and restitution of cultural property and ancestral remains. This exchange of experiences, good practices, and lessons learned with African countries promoting cooperation and community participation in repatriation and restitution of cultural property and ancestral remains demonstrates that Latin America, and particularly Colombia and Africa, can develop joint cooperation initiatives based on learning from our own histories, experiences, and challenges, and that with our own resources and capabilities, we can obtain solutions tailored to our own needs. The journey to this technical visit to South Africa today started last year when the South African government accepted the Colombian invitation to attend the first international forum of good practices and repatriation of cultural property, the African case, that was held in Colombia in September. Drawn from the experiences of experts attending on behalf of South Africa, Ghana, Kenya, Egypt, and Cameroon, the forum highlights the key lessons learned regarding the importance of effective legal framework, binational cooperation as tool for facilitating the repatriation of cultural heritage, and the need to address the challenges of funding repatriation processes. Last year's forum and this visit to Pretoria and Cape Town form part of the South-to-South Cooperation Project funded by the Presidential Agency for Cooperation, APC, or APC, in the framework of our foreign policy tailored for the African continent through the Africa Strategy. This initiative seeks to strengthen the institutional capacities of the Colombian state and other partner countries in the important field of repatriation and restitution of cultural, geological, and paleontological property. South Africa represents to Colombia an international benchmark indeed. Its rich experience in heritage restitution process and its leadership in building public policies related to historical memory, symbolic repatriation, community heritage, and the restitution of human remains and heritage objects offers invaluable lessons for our own path forward. We have clear objectives with this project: to learn firsthand about the institutional, the legal, the museological strategies that South Africa has implemented for the recovery, conservation, and management of destitute assets and human remains. Equally important is to understand the mechanisms of articulation between state, museums, academia, and communities. Mechanisms that ensure heritage is not only preserved, but also meaningful, integrated into collective memory. Our delegation here hopes to deepen their understanding in several key areas. I will mention some: the implementation of national repatriation policies, in their institutional coordination mechanisms, the ethical and technical treatment of human remains and heritage objects, the museological management of returned assets, and the strategies for community participation and memory construction. We want to acknowledge that these objectives will be possible through the exchange with institutions such as DISAC, SARA, Freedom Park, Dixon Museum, Isico Museums, the six, what is the name? Six District Museum, and the Robben Island Museum. Each of these entities have developed significant experiences and an important role in restitution and memory and heritage management, and we are eager to learn from your knowledge. This visit allowed us to identify good practices that can be adapted to the Colombian context, particularly within the framework of the newly created Interinstitutional Committee for the Prevention of Illicit Trafficking and the Repatriation of Movable Property of Cultural, Geological, and Paleontological Interest, established by Decree 0484 on May 11, 2026 in Colombia. Beyond technical learning, this mission seeks to consolidate cooperation networks between Colombia and South Africa. It is a step toward strengthening South-South dialogue as a strategic tool to advance fairer, more collaborative and inclusive approaches to heritage restitution. And in doing so, we reaffirm our shared commitment to justice, especially reparatory justice, memory, and dignity. I will also like to announce that the lessons learned here will be incorporated into the document of technical recommendations that Colombia is currently developing as part of its broader cooperation project with African countries. This document will serve as a roadmap guiding our efforts to ensure that heritage restitution is not only a legal or institutional process, but also a profound act of historical recognition and cultural healing for the Colombian and the African people. Together, Colombia and South Africa demonstrate that heritage restitution is more than the return of objects and human remains. It is the restoration of dignity and memory, the strengthening of identity, the structuring of tools for reparatory justice, and the building of collaboration bridges across continents. I would like to conclude my remarks by expressing my appreciation for the growing recognition of South Africa by South Africa of Colombia as key strategic partner in the field of technical cooperation. A recognition that bolstered by the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding of Cultural between Ministers of Cultural Affairs, just mentioned earlier by Ms. Velapi, which we aim to have signed before the semester ends. So we hope that this is signing very, very soon. It has been long process, and it is effectively time to have it, to conclude it and make it ready for implementation. Through our Presidential Cooperation Agency and our Minister of Foreign Affairs, we will always be attentive to the initiatives that South Africa, as well as other countries of the Global South, want to propose in a framework of horizontally shared costs, complementary and mutual respect and benefit. I thank you, and I wish you all an excellent seminar.
Please give another big round of applause to Her Excellency. Thank you so much for those kind words. And I think between the remarks from yourself and Ms. Velapi, we can see that there's going to be a lot of strong cooperation between our two countries going forward. I'd now like to welcome the Executive Officer for Heritage Resources Management at the South African Heritage Resources Agency for the purpose of the session. Please give a round of applause to Ms. Mamakomoreng Nkasi Lisaona. I got her surname right today.
Yes, he was not going to get that race. He wasn't. Yes. Colleagues, our honored guests, and the CEO of Freedom Park, acting DDG, Mezimasa, and His Excellency Ambassador of Colombia to South Africa, Memina. Good morning. Colleagues, mine is really simple, is to say why we are here today. And I have had the privilege of visiting Bogota in Colombia at the seminar or forum that Ambassador referred to. And you must appreciate, colleagues, Colombia is far. When my colleagues were asking me coming back, I'm like, it's far. It's the most north part of South America. So we really appreciate our guests making it here. And I really hope they are enjoying South Africa, the experiences they have had thus far, even our very nice weather today. Colleagues, over the session today, you will have engagements, presentations by our experts, institutions in the area of restitution and repatriation. You will be exposed to some of the activities we undertake, and we really are privileged as South Africa that in our engagements or our efforts in restitution, we are able to put together an intergovernmental, interdepartmental streams that work towards making this happen. It's not only the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. It is supported by many other departments and their entities. And so in that way, through the capacity of South Africa, we are able, supported by our government, able to undertake the very important work of restitution and repatriation. And so as we engage today, let us please do so openly. We are here to exchange, to learn. Don't hold anything back. Otherwise, it will be a waste of very, very long trip that dear Colombians made here. And so really we call for your openness. Our colleagues at Ditsong yesterday took us through the big halls of where they store their cultural collections. And I'm sure this morning our colleagues have gone through the beautiful sacred site of Freedom Park. And so we thank you. And Ben, we can start. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Komi. Please give her another big round of applause. All right, colleagues, now we are getting into the business of today. And we do have a very short tea break, just so you can prepare yourselves and open your throats. As Komi has said, please engage. The purpose of today's session is a knowledge exchange. So after each presentation, there will be an opportunity for anyone in the room to ask questions to the various speakers today. So we're just going to I'm going to steal 10 minutes from the program. We'll take a 10-minute tea break. Please grab some tea or coffee. And then to the speakers and presenters for today, please ensure that you've given your presentations to our colleagues at the back. As you know, you'll be using a pointer. You're not going to have your laptop in front of you unless you need to, but you'll be using a pointer in order to transition from your slides. So if you haven't already, please give your presentation to the colleagues at the back. So following our tea break, we're going to open with a very important presentation from Ntate Khomotso Mogeti from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. And I think it's a very good point of departure because all of these various successes that South Africa has had in repatriation and restitution starts from the policy framework. So without the framework, there's no enabling legislation or documentation for us to have the successes that we've had for the last few years. So let's take 10 minutes. I'll then invite everyone back, and Ntate Mokgweetsi will start us off in the business of today. Thank you. All right, colleagues, you can start settling down. We'll be starting in 2 minutes. All right, colleagues, we can start settling down, please. All right, colleagues, let us settle down. We'll be starting now. All right, colleagues, please take your seats. We're going to start now. Thank you so much. I hope you've had an opportunity to grab some tea or coffee. If you haven't, you can still just sneak away quietly to get some. But as I said before we took our break, we're now getting into the business of today. And as a knowledge exchange between South Africa and Colombia, we are going to be presenting the various experiences from our institutions. And then also we will have a presentation at the end to see the experiences from our colleagues from Colombia as well. And as I mentioned that the successes that South Africa has had primarily stem from the fact that we have a strong policy framework that enables us to receive these resources that we need to repatriate and also to send back the resources that we have in our possession that belong to other countries. And we will hear experiences about that as well. So please give a very, very big round of applause to Ntate Khomotso Mogeti from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, presenting on the national policy on the repatriation of human remains and objects.
Thank you very much, Program Director Ntate Ben Mwasinga. Greetings to Her Excellency, the Ambassador of the Republic of Colombia to South Africa, Ms. Maria del Rosario Mina, esteemed delegates from the Republic of Colombia, the CEO of the Freedom Park, Dr. Jane Mufumadi, the acting CEO of the Tom Museums, the acting DDG of Corporate Services from the department in absentia, senior managers of the DSEC entities represented here today, and senior managers and managers from the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, as well as the entity, the Missing Person Task Team. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to yourselves. Having listened to the beautiful speeches that were made by the CEO of Freedom Park, the acting DDG of Corporate Services in the department, in the DSEC, and a very empowering speech or contribution also from the Ambassador of Colombia to South Africa. I do not think that I'm going to focus more in my presentation on the issues that have been presented or talked about. Suffice to say, I will only focus on the policy development aspect and what we did as a department to arrive at the final policy document that I am going to share with you today. Now, one of the important things, ladies and gentlemen, that we do when we develop the policy is to identify the problem. And in developing this particular policy, we sort of looked at what we call, or what Toyota called, the 5 whys. Why as in W-H-Y, 5 whys, which is a technique that looks at the root causes, that underlie the problem that you want to address. So my presentation more or less tries to talk to all of these 5 whys in responding to identifying the problem. It should be noted that, in the early years of our democracy, our government was inundated with requests from, members of the public, political formations, civic organizations, to request the repatriation of human remains of South Africans in other countries. And by then, we did not have a policy. So what we then did was to deal with repatriation issues on an ad hoc basis. So we therefore determined that as years progressed, we need a policy to be able to be consistent in the manner in which we deal with repatriation and restitution issues. We also did not have a criteria in terms of who should be repatriated and restituted and who can claim these remains. So in the case of heritage objects, back then, the requests were not as frequent. We did have requests from provinces like KZN, KwaZulu-Natal, where they have much of their cultural properties at the British Museum or in British museums in the UK. But in the main, requests were centered around human remains. We are also saying that there were numerous South African objects, including sacred and funerary objects in South African museums, as well as museums abroad. Praben? Okay, no, thank you. Repatriation and restitution of these objects need to be dealt with in a systematic manner based on the established guidelines and principles, noting the fact that repatriation and restitution of human remains and heritage objects is especially controversial. And there's a message coming through, my apologies. My apologies, I was disturbed by the message that came through. I've missed the slide that I was on. Oh, I was just right at the end. Controversial and can be challenging. Now, to find a balance between scientific interests, ethical considerations, and interests of communities, it's also open to a lot of controversy, and it's doubtful that a solution will be found that will keep everybody happy. Concerns have been raised in both the scientific and public arenas relating to issues of consent, respect for human dignity, scientific integrity, societal expectations, and ethical considerations or ethical standards. Now, part of the reason why we call our policy the repatriation and restitution of human remains and heritage objects is because within the multilateral fora, they prefer the term restitution and return of cultural properties. But within our South African context, we determined that the terms repatriation and restitution are much more appropriate. By repatriation, we mean the return of human remains between two countries. It can be from Colombia to South Africa. And then restitution, the way we define it in our policy, is the actual giving back of heritage, human remains or heritage objects to the communities where they were taken from. So it's a very important distinction that we are making. Last year at the seminar of academics on the issue of restitution of cultural properties in Brazil, this issue was debated. They had invited the global experts, academics, and everybody. This issue of whether repatriation and restitution was debated, but it came out clear that most members of the BRICS preferred the term restitution and return to repatriation. Now, just in terms of the scope of the policy presents an opportunity to bring the possibility of the repatriation and restitution of human remains of those who died during colonialism, as we had earlier, apartheid and resistance within a coherent framework for the management of requests, reconciliation of the communities and the people of South Africa. The policy also covers the remains of South Africans that lie outside the borders of South Africa, on the African continent or overseas, as well as inside of South Africa. Now, colleagues will come in a little later on to talk about various or give various examples of the work that we have been involved in. Here, I'm just stating the categories that we are focusing on. This could be remains of people who fell in the line of duty in military action or in civil society struggles against apartheid. There could also be the human remains of people whose corpses were collected illegally or unethically. We heard from the DDG or acting DDG talking about unethically collected human remains, which found their way into the repositories of institutions internationally. Now, I try to also give a synopsis of what our legislative regime looks like and how it talks to issues of repatriation and restitution. Important to note is that our heritage legislation, primarily the National Heritage Resources Act number 25 of 1999, makes no explicit provision for repatriation of human remains. In the Act, human remains must be dealt with in accordance with archaeological material, burial grounds or graves or heritage objects. Now, that is not what as government or as South Africa we intend to do. There's a new concept that is coming up recently, has been coming up recently, the notion of rehumanization, by which we are trying to, in the process of repatriating the remains, we are trying to rehumanize them because we recognize that these are not objects, these are people or remains of people. So it's a very important concept that we also tried to share with our BRICS partners in this seminar that we attended last year, to say we need to move away from them calling ancestral remains human remains, but referring to them as ancestral remains. I'm sure you may have picked up from Ntate Ben as he was talking earlier, and some of the colleagues talking about ancestral remains. We are recognizing that the human element in this remains. We have noted that, referring to this as objects, it's highly problematic. And in our process, in our repatriation project, we make sure that, like, if I may give an example of what happened way back with the remains, the repatriation of the remains of the Trojan pinners, they were put in small boxes and put in a, cargo flight and returned here. Now, if you are to present them to the family, there is that element of humanity that is lacking. And that is why we prefer that when these remains are being restituted, they are restituted in a manner that is respectful, that restores dignity, that the community would also feel that their loved ones, even if they may have departed a long time ago, have been respected and dignified, or returned home in a dignified manner. And the other point is that although there are other legislation, policies, and guidelines, both nationally and internationally, the silence of the national legislation from the heritage point of view remains problematic. And for that reason, we have recently, I think it was the middle of last year, we have South Africa, or the department, began the process of revising the national heritage legislation. And importantly, these are some of the issues that we are going to realign with the policy. The policy was approved in 2021. It's more than, roughly more than 5 years now, and is due for review. And one of the things that we are going to do when we review it is to look at these terminologies, as I've indicated, moving away from the notion of human remains to ancestral remains as an important point to change. But we are continuing with the review of the legislation, amongst other pieces of legislation that we will be reviewing in the coming years. Sarah also tried to develop the guidelines that try to assist in dealing with these issues of human remains. However, Sarah could only work within the ambit of the National Heritage Resources Act, which, as I said, describes human remains as archaeological material. So there is a need also to look into those guidelines, to align them with the policy. I'll move to the next slide, Ben. Which is the summary of the policy. Now, as I've mentioned in the introduction, government has been undertaking repatriation and restitution on an ad hoc basis in the absence of national policy and guidelines. Government has been unable to practically undertake and carry the cost of numerous requests it receives for repatriation and restitution from public and stakeholders. So the policy, amongst others, provides a framework for national, provincial, and local government in conjunction with communities. Communities play a very important aspect to initiate and implement repatriation and restitution of human remains and heritage objects in museums, cultural institutions, as well as universities inside and outside of South Africa. Now, for the national sphere of government, which is where we are as the DSEC, the policy provides for the government to develop through diplomatic relations. And I would imagine the situation would be the same in Colombia. You'll have the Department of International Affairs and Cooperation, as we do here. We also take into account the 1970 convention to make arrangements with foreign governments to repatriate and restitute human remains and heritage objects which form part of South Africa's national memory and identity. But the important point, while I'm making reference to the 1970 convention, the important point that we need to take note of is the fact that, I think it is the CEO of Freedom Park, the point that she mentioned about guarantees of non-repetition. When you look at the wording of the 1970 convention, it leaves a lot to be desired. It is not forceful enough. It leaves issues of restitution, if I may use the term that they prefer, to countries to negotiate. But it doesn't tell you what must happen when the negotiations fail. And that is a very important point. And, at the very same seminar that we attended with Mekomi last year in Brazil, I raised this particular issue quite sharply because I understood that there were global experts that attended. It was not only the global south, but there were people that came from the north that were part of that as experts. And just to whet their appetite to see whether they would be interested to indulge us on the issue of reparations. But my conclusion was that the issue of reparation remains a hot potato. But as South Africa, within the African continent, I think we are strategically positioned to continue to champion the issues of repatriation, restitution, and importantly, the issue of reparations. I don't know if we will win, but it is a course worth taking. For human remains, I continue, and heritage objects held in privately funded institutions. The policy recommends that the state, on behalf of and or together with the requesting individuals, or communities, enter into negotiations with privately funded institutions for repatriation and restitution of human remains and heritage objects. Now, within our configuration, we have national government, provincial government, and local government, which includes district and local municipalities. That is why we are saying there in bold that no province shall, without involvement of national government, initiate and implement a project for repatriation and human remains and heritage objects back into the country, as such remains and objects may fall within the competency of national government. We know our view, this would create a diplomatic row, where you have national government, but you also have a provincial government engaging with another country for repatriation or return of human remains without the involvement of national government. So basically, the policy then guides us to say all repatriation or restitution projects that involves the other countries must be channeled through the National Department of Art and Culture, Sport, Art and Culture, as well as other sister departments like your DERCO. All repatriation, restitution, and reburial of human remains and heritage objects by both national and provincial government shall be done in conjunction with district and local municipalities, together with other stakeholders. So stakeholder engagement is very important, especially communities and families, because then who are you repatriating for? And of course, there are instances where we are not able to establish the next of kin of the deceased person. So in that particular instance, the policy recommends that you then engage the community, as the community may know, the origin and the whereabouts of such remains. And there are myriad examples that colleagues will mention that talks to some of these issues. The next slide. I just thought I should also include something on the scientific importance and ethical considerations. To just say that, the scientific study of human remains and heritage objects can provide important information about humanity's past that would not be possible by other means. Human remains and heritage objects in museums and at universities, as well as newly discovered human remains and heritage objects, could be important for future research and our expansion of knowledge about the human past or past activities. Importantly, when dealing with human remains and heritage objects, it is obvious that research ethics should by no means be compromised. This was the case during those periods, the colonial and apartheid period. There were no issues of ethics that were considered. I mean, the cruelty of the previous system can be seen in them, digging up the newly dead and taking the remains to a place like Austria for racial science or for racial studies. So that they can justify their supremacist theories. That is what happened. So we are saying here in this policy, we are very deliberate. An ethical conduct like that should not be tolerated. This does not only include involving the descendant or related community in the research, but also in how the human remains and objects are treated by scientists and museum professionals. The policy is very strong in stating that human remains must not be displayed under no circumstances. The museums must deaccession the remains, and the remains must be restituted back to the communities where they were taken. I seem to be jumping between my slides. I profusely apologize. That appears a bit unprofessional. We are saying that this is a subject that evokes many emotions and is closely associated with the transformation of the national and international cultural landscape. For South Africa, it forms part of a broader debate of reconciliation, nation building, and redress. And again, I think that is the point that came out from the earlier speakers. But regardless of this, the main objective of repatriation and restitution is to restore the humanity of those who have been affected. It is therefore important that the processes of dealing with human remains take into account the belief systems and human dignity of relevant communities. But this is not without its own challenges. The one example that I was directly involved in, that has to do with the restitution of human remains from the University of Cape Town to a community in the Northern Cape. There was an instance where the family members of the same family were not agreeing in terms of where the remains must be buried. Now, these are some of the controversies, some of the challenges that we face in, the restitution projects where there is no agreement. Now, as a policy, you cannot address that through the policy, but you can only say or pray that the communities or the members of the same family come together and find each other in terms of where the remains must be buried. And there are a myriad of reasons why, this family or member of this family from this side would want to have, control of where the remains must be buried, whereas everybody else on the other side also wants the same thing. It's a very complex issue. Now, just in terms of process, ladies and gentlemen, we have also tried to share with you the risks or the risk mitigation that is involved with having a policy of this nature. The major one or the main one being that the government may not be able to carry the cost of all the requests for repatriation and restitution projects. Again, I can make a mention of just one remote example of one of our political formations, you would know that currently we are having a government of national unity at the national level, and at the provinces we have also government of provincial unity. In other words, there is coalition. But before then, when the ANC was still the ruling party, without sharing government with the other political parties, we would have incidents where members of the Pan-African Congress, for instance, would approach us and say, you are only focusing on the repatriation of members of the ANC. What about our members? And by that time, the policy was not yet in place to say, we can be clear to say to them, no, but we have a policy that then talks to this. This is the criteria that we are following. That's why this policy was very important, that, it is put in place to be able to allay the fears of anyone that may have a perception or suspicion that their heritage has been ignored, and the only heritage that is being prioritized is that of the ruling party. And since the proclamation of this policy, the situation has changed. And there is not much of such issues coming out, of people that are feeling that, priority is given to some and others are left out. So mitigation measures include the establishment of a special fund to carry this cost, and request repatriation and restitution to be approved on a strictly case-by-case basis. Now, implications for vulnerable groups. We noted that during the 19th and 20th centuries, the remains of many people were taken from their graves to be studied as part of racial science, as I said. Today, these people are still mourned. To repatriate and restitute these remains and ultimately rebury them is but a means of restoring the dignity of the affected families. Similarly, many objects that are deemed sacred or important to communities have in the past been taken from them and placed in museums worldwide. These communities are proud of their heritage and require these objects to be returned back to them. Now, in terms of the consultation on the policy, we hosted a number of roadshow workshops to provinces to discuss the draft policy and to obtain input from communities themselves. The department also held 7 national consultative workshops on the draft policy, which was attended by stakeholders such as museums, universities, government departments, curators of human remains collections, experts, as well as members of civil society. Many comments and inputs were received at these workshops, and these comments and input were incorporated into the policy. Now, that brings me to the end of the presentation, but one of the issues that I wanted to add was the fact that for us, this is a ground-breaking work. When one looks at the 54 African countries, South Africa is, if it's not the only country, it is one of the countries that have developed a policy on repatriation and restitution of human remains. What other African countries are doing is to embark on restitution campaigns, under the African Union Charter. So we were hoping with the development of this policy that, other African countries will be encouraged to begin to develop their own national or domestic policies that will then guide this process of restitution and repatriation. It is a worthwhile cause. So with those words, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Please give Ntate Mogeti another big round of applause. I think that is presentation again. As I've stated, everything else that is discussed today doesn't happen in a vacuum. There has to be a legislative and policy framework that can enable these activities. We're now going to take about 5 to 10 minutes for questions, inputs for Ntate Mogeti. My colleagues at the back have 2 microphones. I will need you to speak into the microphones. As I've stated, we are live streaming this. So in order for you to be audible, you'll have to use the microphone. So please raise your hand. I will recognize you, and then the colleagues will bring the microphones to you. And following your questions, I also just have 1 or 2 questions to ask Ntate Mogeti. I see a hand from Komi, and again, please raise your hands for any questions. You can start there.
Thank you, Ntate Mogeti. Thank you for the presentation. The question I have is regarding South Africa returning the objects that they may have of other countries within our borders. How does our policy cater for this? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Komi. Please go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, the policy does provide for the restitution or repatriation of South African objects that are held in our museums to other countries. You'll remember that South Africa during apartheid was played the role of a colonial master to a certain extent, and they went around to also collect the remains and objects in other countries, for instance, our neighboring Namibia, and at Ditong we also have, sorry, not Ditong, at Iziko, there are also human remains of Australians. So it's a situation where, you know, we need to also initiate, since we're encouraging other countries to initiate in line with the 1970 convention, we must also, as a country, initiate the repatriation of remains and heritage objects that we have in our institutions. The policy does provide for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll take another question, if there are any from the floor. All right, please bring a microphone to the front for the ambassador.
Thank you so much for the presentation also. I'm just curious about the restitution for indigenous peoples, like, you know, the specific ancestral remains and objects and things that are just part of indigenous or the ethnic groups here. So how the policy address that and how that works.
Yeah, no, thank you for that question, Ambassador. It also provides for that. I think in one of the slides, as I was going through them, I indicated that the families and communities in particular play an important role. And when restitution takes place, the wishes and the belief systems of the communities to which these remains belong must be respected. So when we, for instance, return the remains, the government's work will end with the actual handing over of the remains and allow the family or the community to then take the process forward in terms of the cultural belief systems and customs. So that is provided for in the policy as well. I don't know if I addressed the question adequately. But as I mentioned again, much more examples will be given by the presentations from the colleagues that will later present.
All right, thank you so much. There's a hand from Komi. But just to add to that, Ambassador, that you will get the in-depth case studies where you can see how these indigenous groups are also dealt with in terms of how the state returns the remains that are within our institutions. Komi, please go ahead.
Oh,
sorry. And there's a okay, we'll take Komi, then we'll come to you.
Not a question, just to add on to Ntate Mogeti's response, in that the policy provides for restitution within our own borders, as well as expatriation to other countries or from other countries. So in this case, communities do approach the institutions such as museums that are holding mostly the human remains for them to be reburied in communities where they were taken from. Our policy provides for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Komi. Let's take a hand over here.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Mabafukeng Hoyane. I'm from UNISA, the Chief Albert Lutuli Research Chair. My question to Remokgeti is, within the policy, right, does it have any part where there is training, right, for the young people, for the communities that we go in, sensitizing them in terms of what's happening? Because we tend to impose what we think communities want, right? But then when it comes to the conservation industry and preservation industry of this country, is that it's mostly, unfortunately, white people. There hasn't been a speed up scientifically where we train young people in conservation, right? And that itself perpetuates the violence then when you are repatriating, but the people that are the conservators or whoever it may be that are required by the standards, by international law, that it's still held by this, not the perpetuators, but the descendants of the perpetuators. So in summary, I'd just like to know what is the plan in terms of training the next generation and the youth in terms of preservation skills? Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you very much for that question. It's a very important question. It's actually addressed under the recommendations in the policy. There is a whole list of recommendations that the policy makes in terms of issues like your accessioning, community involvement, etc. I did not include that in the presentation in the interest of time, but it is, you know, if you can make the policy available to you, you can at your own time, you know, go through that. But it does make provision for training of communities. You would imagine that, you know, of course, in terms of indigenous traditional systems, I do not want to think that, you know, by recommending training, we actually imply that, you know, those traditional ways of preservation and the conservation are not important. They are important, but in terms of specialized care for cultural properties and human remains, the policy does make provision for training of such. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll take one more question if there is. But please bring a mic to Sistembi, and then I'll also ask my question and we'll conclude.
Thank you, and thank you, Remokgeti and the other presenters that presented before you. I'm very excited by the previous comment, and I just want to know whether is there a possibility of a partnership that we could have, you know, with UNISA, because you see the challenge that we have, Remokgeti, is that we develop policies at national level, and with our entities we implement, but unfortunately there's a gap in our implementation. But importantly, in reviewing that policy, as you mentioned in your presentation, that the policy is now 5 years and it's due for review, and that's where we need, you know, people who are outside the space to really critique the policy. I know that between us we have identified gaps as we are implementing, but it would really be very beneficial to have younger people, fresher ideas on how do we move forward in terms of the next phase of the policy. So maybe that's what we could take from this session, forward a partnership between ourselves and the UNISA team. Thanks.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Memalau. I agree with you 100%. Now, the reason why I was pointing out traditional or indigenous knowledge ways of doing things, it's again based on the examples elsewhere, of other indigenous communities elsewhere, like in Australia, where they have embraced the way of preservation that comes from the communities. But that is not to discount the very important point that May is making, that, in our policy, we have to be clear and deliberate, as you're suggesting, that we attend to this issue of training. But I would want us to balance that against, traditional knowledge that reside within our communities as well, so that it becomes a whole.
Thank you so much. Now, my question to you, Ntate Mogeti, I think stemming from what Sistembi's just asked, is that you've mentioned that we're in the 5th year of the policy, and it's now time for a review. So what would you consider to be a major success of the policy and a major failure as you review the 5-year period?
Yeah. Let me say that is a tough one. I'm aware, I'm part of the department, and in some stages I'm part of the implementation or implementing colleagues. Yes, I'm part of that. Look, we must be honest and be self-critical. In as much as the policy is good, it does have its own challenges when it comes to implementation. Primarily being, the primary challenge being funding, money. I mentioned that deliberately, and when I was talking about the risk that government may not be able to afford to implement, as government would like to. Now, it becomes an issue of how you prioritize. For me, that is one issue, and the criteria for your prioritization. Yes, in terms of the categories that we have outlined, we talk about liberation heritage, we talk about unethically collected remains, but we have not really focused more on heritage objects, for instance, as another area that the policy talks to. Mekomi will talk about the recent project that Sarah was involved in, that involved the repatriation of cultural objects from, I think, Switzerland, Mekomi. Yes, she will give detailed information on that particular case study. But I don't think, from where I'm standing, from a policy point of view, I don't think that, even in terms of addressing the issue of heritage objects, the policy is doing justice. I think the policy is strong enough on the repatriation of remains than on heritage objects. So in addition to what the point that May was making about the training, I think when we review the policy, these are about some of the issues that we are going to focus on. The issue of the criterion, importantly, the issue of the funding. Yes, we as government requires, we conducted what we call a socio-economic impact assessment, which really is an assessment of the possible impact that the policy will have on the intended beneficiaries. But to what extent is that report being implemented? That is dependent on the availability of resources and prioritization. Government would decide that, or the political leadership would decide that for this particular year, focus will be on this particular remains or category of remains. As we are currently, you will hear from the examples the colleagues will make when they talk about Zambia, Zimbabwe, and other places. But specifically on the issue of unethically collected, again, it's an issue of the budget. So as and when we are able to amass resources, we are able to then expand the scope. But that is essentially an issue that I'm identifying from a policy point of view as something that we need to deal with clearly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please give him a big round of applause.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Ntate. And colleagues, I just think that, again, we could have this conversation for more than 24 hours. It does require its own specific session, but I do think they've highlighted how we got to this point and where the department intends to go in terms of a policy framework. I'd now like to invite Dr. Motsane Siabela from Ditong Museums of South Africa for a presentation on finding a way home for the Shiluvana on museologies and restitutions. Please give a big round of applause. All right. There is a pointer which you can use. I'll give you the pointer. All right.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, all protocol observed. My name is Motsane Siabela, and I'm the curator of anthropology at the Ditong National Museum of Cultural History, which is part of Ditong Museums of South Africa. And my presentation will focus on the title is Finding a Way Home for the Shiluvana Dintlolo on Museologies and Restitutions. So the presentation will provide a comprehensive view of the restitution of ancestral belongings of the Shiluvana family from the New Shuttle Museum, the Ethnographic Museum in Switzerland, to South Africa. Well, Ms. Ntate Mokgethi has already mentioned the issue of terminology and that we are working towards the appropriate terminologies for terms such as objects, which in themselves are problematic. So for the purpose of this presentation, we'll use ancestral belongings. And it also draws attention to some general challenges on terminologies pertaining to return as a notion and museum practices, and also highlight the future collaborations that have come out of the cooperation between South Africa and particularly the Ditong Museums of South Africa and the New Shuttle Ethnographic Museum. To kick off the talk, I felt that it was important to give an introduction of who or from who this were taken from. And this is Prince Mugebisa Mankelu Shiluvana, who was born in Mozambique in 1810 and was the eldest son of Hosi Shiluvana and Nwashipenga. And among his siblings was Hosi Motlhaba. And this is the younger sibling or the younger brother that Hosi or Prince Mugebisa was a regent to until he came of age. And he held this position for about 30 years and then handed over to his brother. He had 3 wives, and their names were Nwamvuma, Nwakhosa, and Nwa Mangwana, also known as Nwamajembe. And he was a general of the Royal Guna Army, a renowned healer of the Royal Crawl. He had 16 children, and which were 6 sons and 10 daughters. 2 of his sons, Frank and Silas, later became teachers, and Frank also became a pastor at a later stage. After his death in 1908, his son Silas, or allegedly, handed over his father's Tintolo and Nonga, which is the ceremonial stick, to Junot, Alex Henrik Junot, who was a Swiss missionary, and he later took them to Switzerland. And it also is important that you know, for those of you who are not aware who Henrik Alex Junot is, he was born in 1863 at the St. Martin. He studied classical theology in Neuchâtel, so he spent his time in Switzerland, Neuchâtel, Basel, and then Germany, which is Berlin. He was admitted to the mission Romande in 1978 and trained in medicine in Edinburgh. In 1889, he moved to South Africa as a Protestant missionary. He settled in Delegua Bay, Mozambique, and then later on in 1896 returned to Switzerland. In 1898, him and his wife, then they left Shilubana. So after settling in Mozambique, and then they moved to the Shilubane in 1896. In 1903, his wife had died and he was called back to Switzerland. In 1904, he remarried and moved back to Shilubane in the northern eastern part of the Transvaal at the time, in the present day Limpopo province, the north part of South Africa. And in 1909, he returned again to Switzerland, which is a year after Prince Mugebisa's passing. And this is when he allegedly spoke to Prince Mugebisa's children. Among them was Silas, who is allegedly to have handed the Tutola, which are sacred and spiritual facilitators to communicate with ancestors within the African spirituality. And in 1913, he returned to Mozambique. Eventually, he left Africa in 1920. His second wife passed on in 1917, but he left Africa 3 years later. In 1934, Junot then died. One of the things that have come quite prevalently during the restitution and during the whole process around negotiations and several discussions and consultations with the family was the friendship between Mugebisa, or Prince Mugebisa, and Henrik Junot. And I've taken this verbatim from what Junot wrote in the first volume of The Life of a South African Tribe, which he published in 1912. And Junot describes Mankelu, and I'll just read it out. Mankelu was the general of the army, the great doctor of the royal house, one of the main councillors, and entirely convinced bone thrower, a priest for his family, a Bantu so deeply steeped in the obscure conceptions of a Bantu mind that he never could get rid of them, and remained a heathen till his death in 1908. Very kind-hearted, very devoted to the missionaries. He was a true friend for me and willingly disclosed to me the secrets of his medical and divinatory science. I owe to him an account of his bone throwing system, which was much more elaborate than the one spoon. So spoon is one of, or he's called spoon in the life of a South African tribe. He writes about Spoon, whom he met, who's another healer whom he met in Mozambique before he met Mankelu. I owe to him an account of his bone throwing system, which was much more elaborate than the one Spoon had given me in Ricard. Though the two agree on the main points. Mankelu had many dealings with the Sotho. This is the Sotho, or Pedi clans of the northeastern Transvaal. He was a celebrated rainmaker and had the more credit amongst them, and as he was a foreigner. I have been on my guard carefully to differentiate what is of a Sotho origin and what is purely Tonga in the information he gave me. And from engagements with the Shilubana family, and just to mention, the spelling of the Shilubana changes from time to time, and you might see that, and even when you read about them, sometimes it's Shilubana with a B, or Shilubani with a B or a V and an A at the end, and those are some of the errors and that we find throughout history as far as linguists are concerned. So the friendship of the two, as described by the family, and I've taken excerpts, is that subsequent to developing a close friendship with Andre Junot, one of the missionaries, as their friendship grew, Mukebisa granted the missionaries land in the village to establish a mission station. The collaboration led to the founding of several institutions, which are listed. Silas, who is one of Mugebisa's sons, later became a pastor, further strengthening the Shilubana family's relationship with the Swiss missionaries. At the request of Pastor Junot and Jonas Mapope, Mugebisa allowed his son, Frank, to assist in establishing schools in the Bushbuck Ridge area in the eastern Transvaal. And here they also mentioned or list the schools that which were established through collaboration between Frank and the missionaries. This is the Neuchâtel Ethnographic Museum in Switzerland, from which the restitution of these ancestral belongings were taken from. Museologists and the practice of care. We acknowledge that restitution is never a smooth process, and that there's always challenges, and museums across the world, including South African museums, are grappling with the issues of what care might look like from an institutional perspective, because museums that are rooted in colonial foundations, unfortunately, we sit with this inherited colonial obsessions of collecting everything. So in this slide, the first picture, the black and white picture is of, if you look closer, if you can, this display cases is where the Tikolo and the Nonga were displayed in the early 1920s after Junod had donated to the museum. And the two other images were from exhibitions in 2020 and 2021. So as much as the museum acknowledges that they are trying to do or rectify the wrongs of the past, they will continue to perpetuate those violations and wrongs of the past. So museology and the practice of care. Modest argues that caring can be cruel to some in museums while sustaining others. And in the case of the New Chattel Museum, is that in 2020 and 2021, despite the calls across the world on the restitution of and repatriation of African ancestral belongings, they were continuing to display their spiritual, sacred ancestral belongings in their museum. So in this case, they were benefiting. It was cruel to the Shilubani family, which had been separated from this ancestral belongings for over a decade while sustaining the New Chattel Museum, in that they were having visitors and profiting from these exhibitions. So museologists and museums and the practice of care has less to do with the museum or the collections, but the approach to working with this material and what they may represent. So it requires reorientation and relearning of the terms of engagement. So things cannot be done the same way as they were done previously. So it seeks to the practice of care, which we were striving towards in terms of this restitution process, was to address the colonial legacies of museum collections and ensure that the knowledge and skills are preserved. And so interdisciplinary corroboration and collaborations are critical in any restitution. It cannot just be one institution or one stakeholder. So it not only, it's not an unidirectional, but an iterative process, and it's a rational process which is characterized by simultaneity of contested and resistive and meaning making, which may occur in the process. As highlighted, there had been challenges dealing with the different phases of the restitution. So a journey home, this is when the restitution process started for the ancestral belongings of the Shiluban. The restitution initially started in 2016, but Remokhethi also mentioned that before 2023, the country did not have a policy. So this were done on ad hoc basis. So the family initiated this in 2016, and but the search was suspended after the lead representative passed on. And in 2023, they resumed the claim or the search, which was done through the National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, through the South African Heritage Resources Agency, SARA, and the Repatriation and Restitution Office. Ditso Museums of South Africa, as a museum, we were brought in because this was an intergovernmental, a multi-stakeholder process we were also, and because we are also an entity of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, we were brought in to provide museological guidance and support. The Minister of DSEC, Mr. Gayton Mackenzie, and the Federal Councillor of Elizabeth, I struggle with this pronunciation, in Neuchâtel, responded to the DSEC minister in May 2025, and the Neuchâtel Museum had agreed to initiate the process for the voluntary restitution of the Shilubana spiritual objects. And I've put voluntary restitution in inverted commas, and I'll speak to that later on, because it cannot be regarded as voluntary restitution while it was initiated from the family or from the side of South Africa. And throughout the discussion, there was an establishment of the core task team, which consisted of museum experts, representative from the DSEC to advise on policy and so on, and the South African Heritage Resources Agency. So on 29 September to 3 October 2025, there was a technical visit to Switzerland. So the South African side of the core task team went to Switzerland to meet with our counterparts at the Neuchâtel Museum. And since this was voluntary, which we deemed it to be an unconditional restitution or repatriation, we also put forth that the collection management, documentation, and publications linked to the ancestral belongings should also be restituted, because they are part of them. And on 28 and 29 October, there was the official handover of ceremonies. I must mention that there were several consultation meetings between the government entities and our mother body, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture at national level, and the family. So for several months, we would go to the Shilubani family in the Limpopo province to report on everything and the progress that had developed from the discussions with our counterparts in Switzerland, because the family was the primary stakeholder, and so guidance was at all times sought from them, and their wishes were prioritized. On 28 and 29 October, the official handover took place in Neuchâtel on two occasions. So one on the 28th in Neuchâtel, from the museum to the South African representative. Minister Gayton Mackenzie was at the time represented by Minister Buti Manamela of higher education. And on 29 October 2025, another the official ceremony, handover ceremony, took place in Bern, where President Cyril Ramaphosa handed over the ancestral belongings to the family. This is from Neuchâtel, the first ceremony, and the second one is when President Ramaphosa handed over to the family in Neuchâtel, in Bern rather. These are the Tikolo, as mentioned, and the Noga. on the left side, which is a ceremonial stick that which had been separated from this family for over 100 years. Tate Mukherjee touched a bit on the terminologies, but I felt that I will also touch a bit, particularly on the voluntary repatriation and on unconditional repatriation. So, irrespective of their semantic differences, they are always used interchangeably. And although both repatriation and restitution refer to some kind of return, they are not the same. There is a difference. And repatriation lays emphasis on return as giving the material in many cases, while restitution stresses justice and the politics of laying claim. Repatriation refers to a return to a place of origin, which is the land, and happens through state to state. And when we are dealing with restitution across borders, the two would happen simultaneously. So restitution is about ownership and return to the proper owner, which was the case in this instance, because the process of restitution was initiated by the family. So voluntary repatriation, which is some of the debates that we had with our counterparts in their use of voluntary repatriation, which essentially means the proactive ethical return of objects initiated by institutions or countries. And this was not the case in the case of South Africa and the Shilubani restitution. But we insisted, although in media it's still reported as voluntary repatriation, we insisted that it is unconditional repatriation, because there were no conditions as to what needs to happen, unlike in some cases where, for example, with the British Museum, where they have a policy where they would have indefinite loans, but it will never be, you are not the owner, it will still be owned by the museum, even if it's an indefinite loan. On future collaborations, while we acknowledge the colonial violences, there are different forms on spiritual basis and cultural, but we also recognize that it's important that we find ways to collaborate in different forms or shapes. And in the case of Neuchâtel and South Africa and the two museums and the Neuchâtel Ethnographic Museum, eventually there was an MOU that was signed. I will not go into the details, but some of the areas of cooperation is on provenance research. So as museums in South Africa, we are also proactive in terms of, and not just with the case of the Neuchâtel, but we are engaging other museums across the globe to see what's there from South Africa and to conduct provenance research and other forms of research. So the restitution of this ancestral spiritual object is more than just the transactional process. It is underscored by the principles of restoration and transitional justice, and represent a step towards strengthening bilateral cooperation between South Africa and Switzerland around a shared heritage. As much as this was taken from South Africa so many years ago, at some point it was in Switzerland, and there was a live that needs to be recorded, or it was recorded, because objects or ancestral belongings have their own biographies. So to some extent, we do have that shared heritage. So through arts, culture, heritage, and research, such acts of return pave the way for renewed relationships and deeper appreciation of our interconnected histories. In conclusion, missionaries have historically played a significant role in the removal of natural and cultural objects from African countries. And many of these objects and ancestral belongings, imbued with deep spiritual and cultural significance, now reside in European museums, as has been seen with the Shilubane ancestral belongings. This legacy has left lasting wounds on African communities by severing vital connections to heritage and identity, where cultural objects were displaced despite being rooted in a friendship that was once shared, as seen in the case between Henry and Junod and Mugebisa Mankelu Shilubane. Ke a leboga. This is the team that was involved in the whole restitution project from the different entities. And we also have our counterparts from Switzerland. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Siabela. Please give her another big round of applause. I think this particular case study highlights the ambiguities, the challenges, the different contexts of the relationships during an earlier period in the 1900s, a period of power asymmetry, which we can agree, and now having to address it in a different context. So I think this was quite a powerful presentation. We'll open it up for questions. I will reserve mine for later. Colleagues with the microphones, if you can just get them ready, and we'll take 2 to 4 questions for Dr. Siabela. You're welcome to raise your hands, colleagues. All right, we have a hand right at the back. Can we start there?
Hello. Afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, Dr. Siabela, for the wonderful presentation. I think it was quite insightful, and it gave weight to Tate Mugeti's previous presentation. So I just wanted to know, and if you're willing to share, so you spoke about care and the process of care, how it looks with the African model and the European model. And you mentioned how the British Museum was doing immediate loans, but they had this suspicion of the African museums not being able to perhaps take care of these sacred objects properly, and as well as Neuchâtel taking a more reactive stance with the claim. So I just wanted to know, what are some of the obstacles and sensitivities that you guys encountered during this negotiations, and if perhaps some of those attitudes were a factor in maybe these challenges or these obstacles with the negotiations. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
I must say that it was not as difficult. There was mutual respect of where, as Africans, we come from, and the significance of this ancestral belongings in terms of African spirituality. So there was generally, we would meet, like we would always have common ground at some point. We would negotiate and we would discuss until we reached a common ground. I wouldn't say that there were major obstacles because even when the minister reached out, there wasn't any resistance from the side of the of the Swiss.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, will take another 1 or 2 questions if there are any. All right, maybe while the colleagues are thinking, I'll just start with my question. So there are lessons to be learned from this repatriation and restitution process. And as Ntate Mogeti presented, there's a gap in the policy for the repatriation and restitution of heritage objects. So what key lessons did you find from this process that can inform future policy developments or future restitution and repatriation processes?
Thank you. Definitely, one of the things that were critical was the multi-stakeholder, the intergovernmental collaboration, because we were able to draw from different skills, but generally just support. The process of restitution can be emotional, not just, you cannot be objective. So it can be emotional even from us as experts, as professionals. So there was also moral support among the team, but also the importance of negotiation and just being frank as to what is expected from the other party.
Thank you so much. We have a question at the back. Okay, we have 2 questions. We'll start there, then we'll take Ntate Mogeti.
Thokozane.
So
I'm just wondering, from an African spirituality point of view, when you collect artifacts or relics, let me put it that way, is there a process or a space where you cater for handling of these artifacts from a spiritual point of view? Because where I come from, everything gathers energy wherever it is. And if you take one object from one environment to another, something has to happen to synergize, to cleanse, and whatsoever else that there is. What steps do you undertake when it comes to such? And who do you ever speak to when it comes to such? For instance, from your presentation, the oracles that were shown there, I suppose the family knew what to do, and they took care of what needed to be taken care of. And given the nature of their sensitivity, let alone the purpose, there's a lot that needed to happen. Were those taken care of? Do you ever do follow-ups on those? Also for your journals, for that matter, to keep record of that information for future generations, for example. So I'm just wondering as to, do such ever happen in the process of all this journey? Thank you.
I might have not emphasized on the spiritual aspect of it, but that aspect was taken care of and it was led by the family. Obviously, I would not, although I was part, I would not disclose exactly what went into the ritual. But I must mention that generally and across the globe, this is one of the gaps when there has to be a repatriation or restitution, where because the museums are Western spaces. So things like going into a building, or Shisempep, they would tell you about the smoke detectors, and so Kela or no smoke detectors, they would be panicking. Instead, Kela, okay, you can perform the ritual somewhere outside the museum, and which is something that, especially as Africans, as practitioners, as our guides from indigenous knowledges, our spiritual leaders. It's something that which we need to come together to work through that. I will not repeat the presentation we did yesterday, but as Digital Museums of South Africa, that's what we are working towards in terms of dealing with what is at our museums, because Digital Museums of South Africa is also guilty of hoarding and imprisoning some of this spiritual and sacred objects. But we definitely do observe that, and we let those who know best to guide the process at all times.
Thank you so much for that comprehensive response. Tate Mogeti, then I think we'll end the questions there. Please go ahead.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Program Director, and thank you to Doc. I'm glad in the manner in which you responded to the question. In fact, my question is linked to exactly what Mme was saying. I was going to tie it to the question that came from my sister about the issue of training. Who trains who on what? You know, when it comes to heritage objects or cultural properties. If you are saying that you are returning these properties to the original owners, do you have a right to then say you will train them on how to preserve their own objects? This is where, you know, I was coming in to say, in the manner in which we were crafting the policy, it was to give power to communities and families to decide on how their objects will be taken care of, or if they must be displayed, how they must be displayed. And unlike a situation where I saw in one of the museums, I think it was in Mpumalanga, where, you know, the divine bones were on display. And we wanted to know, how are these on display? Where do you get them? Did the people give you permission to display them in the manner? So it is Western school of thought vis-a-vis traditional indigenous. And in the policy, we are making reference to that aspect of Article 12, subsection 2 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And I want to tie it again to the question that Ambassador was asking, to say broadly, that is what I was trying to say, you know, our policy is trying to do, to bring out quite strongly the element of African indigenous knowledge systems over and above the Western school of thought in terms of preservation and all those issues. So I thank my sister for raising that issue of spirituality. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tate Mogeti. You're welcome to respond.
Who trains who on what? As mentioned, as a museum is a Western concept. African peoples have, and other indigenous people across the world have always had their own ways of preserving, of restoring. And it's not just, preservation is not just the physical, the material. And we acknowledge that it's important to include, not even include, to allow those that know best to lead and teach. So if we are to say we are preserving, it cannot just be actually museum professionals who just facilitate, but be at the back. And sometimes it becomes tricky when you occupy dual positions of a healer and a curator, because and at the same time, you still cannot say because you are a healer, you need to lead that. We have experts, we have specialists, and in a museum space where, as you mentioned, Ma, that the issue of energies, you cannot say as a healer, you can deal with everything. You always need a collective, and that's what we emphasize.
Thank you so much, Dr. Siabela. Oh, one more question from Komi, then we'll end it there. We'll let you rest. Please go ahead.
It is a comment.
Okay.
Thank you very much. In terms of this specific case, I think Dr. Zabela has been very modest in the sense that the officials from various institutions and the department really the approach had always been of being of servitude, if you like, where we hear what the community, or that in this case, the family wanted, and we were at their disposal in terms of what they would like. And so that approach allowed us as institution to provide the logistical support, something that maybe it would have overwhelmed the families to process the permits, to work with how is it going to come through customs. So this is sort of the logistical issues that we dealt with, but really always at the posture of being at the disposal of the family, even as we came back. And I think this is the spirit of our policy, in that we are listening to those who have submitted the request. And I really applaud our policy in that regard, and how our institution approach its implementation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Komi. You want to respond? Yeah, go ahead.
Just thank you for that comment, Komi. Thank you. I couldn't agree more. And you also raised an important point in that it did not end when the ancestral belongings finally arrived in the country. We are still in continuous engagement with the family to see where they are. Or not the ancestral belongings, but the family, because we care about them before anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. There's one more comment. I think you're very popular today. Let's take Zakele and then we'll conclude there. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ben. I just wanted to note something that a particular theme that has been coming up, especially with the policy and implementing the policy and project-related implementation of the policy, is that it is community-centered, it is people-centered, and our approach in executing these repatriations are community-centered and people-centered. However, we do need to acknowledge the challenges that we encounter when we are implementing these projects, especially on a community-based and community-centered approach, is how do we manage the boundaries and limitations of the spectrums? Because on the one hand, we need to adhere to the cultural customs and traditional customs of families and communities. And on the other end of the spectrum, we've got legislative boundaries that, as implementing institutions and government departments, we have to adhere to. And these various legislative boundaries inform how do we execute these processes. And right in the middle, then we've got institutional practitioners also. So it becomes a huge challenge in navigating these boundaries in order to successfully execute these repatriations, especially, I think I'm just going to end it there, but I just wanted to say that we do need to acknowledge these challenges that we have as the implementers of repatriation and restitution collectively. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, I know we can have this discussion for 2 days, 48 hours. There's one more comment, which we're going to take, and then you can respond to both, and we'll conclude there. All right. Can I get a microphone here?
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Sabela. I think it's good efforts in terms of Dizong and the government, GSEC, coming together, right, to repatriate. And I think what needs to be highlighted here is that at least the family was aware. That's why it was a smoother transition. rather than the other ones? Because I want to answer Dr. Mokgweetsi and my sister at the back, is that from a conservation and curation point of view, one of the most difficult things we have is the mislabeling of objects, right? So as it stands, it's hard then to even start doing protocols if we don't know what is in museum collections and what the objects are. And that's why the government really needs to step on it in terms of encouraging scholarship around museum work, you know, around the culture, around the arts, because we are missing with time. We are lucky that this family was able to do their rituals, right? But that may not be the case in 100 years. And the rituals that were performed 100 years ago when this was taken are not necessarily the rituals that take place now. So that's why investing, I know the liberation movement is important without a doubt, right? But we still also need to invest in our culture and heritage that was erased. So if the government can focus in pushing young people to do this research, I think by the time we get to protocol, it will be the second half of it. We need to identify exactly what was taken and how it was taken. It's just fortunate in this case that there's actual paper trail. But most of the times across the world, when it comes to African objects, we cannot distinguish personal objects, everyday use, art, sacred, spiritual. They're all clustered together because of the violent way they're collected. It was just for aesthetics. So if we can break that down, maybe we can start saying the protocol, because you see that sometimes maybe people don't want to light in purple, right? But then you have institutions like the Smithsonian Native American Museum where they have space for where they can burn their herbs when they take out something from the collection. So it's like a step after we identify. And the only way that can happen is if the government really steps on it, because they're the ones that have more power than individuals or institutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. Last response.
To Zakhele, I couldn't agree more. I think we were fortunate with the Shilwani case because this was a claim from a family. So there was no contestation in terms of ownership, which would not be the case in others. And I know at Ditsong, we already have those where you have three families or from three houses where they're saying, but our great-grandfather was the king or was the chief, and we are the rightful owners. We were just fortunate that we had this restitution where there was no contestation in terms of ownership, and the same cannot be said when dealing particularly with ancestral remains, which presents more difficulties and it's quite intricate. To Mabafukeng, I agree in terms of protocols, and as highlighted to say, while we do restitution outside the museum, restitutionary work within the museum is critical, because while we wait, and I always say what's in the museums is in transit. So they need to go somewhere, they need to return somewhere, whether it's spiritually or otherwise. So restitutionary work need to happen within the museum, and that's where protocols need to take space. And we cannot only rely on scholarship. While there is a critical component, we, especially when dealing with African and indigenous belongings, us leaning towards the indigenous knowledge and the knowledge holders within our different communities becomes very critical component of the process of these protocols. And again, it requires a collective to deal with this. It can no longer just be the curator who claims to be all authority to say, because I am an anthropologist or whatever else they call themselves. we cannot go on in that way. Thank you.
Thank you so, so much. Please give a very big round of applause. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation and for the wonderful engagement. Colleagues, as I've stated, this discussion alone can happen for 72 hours. So hopefully we carry these ideas forward, especially as the policy is being reviewed, as Ntatima Mokheti alluded to. All right, colleagues, I'd now like to invite Ms. Kopano Mahlasi and Ms. Thandi Ramkwana for a storytelling rendition. They are from Freedom Park. Please give them a big round of applause.
Good morning, good afternoon. How are you? I don't want to use the mic, so I hope I'm audible. No, I'm not audible. I need the mic. Oh, okay. No, it's okay. I'll have it here. Thank you. Dumelang, Sanbonani, Rialocha. Urini, Nikwetu kwetu. My name is Kopano Mahlasi, and I am a storyteller here at Freedom Park. I often say that this is not only a heritage site, nor the museum is just an interpretive space, nor the park is just a park, but this is a sacred space that honors the bravery and sacrifices of our fallen heroes. And not only heroes who contributed to the liberation struggle in South Africa, heroes from far and near. And today I get to tell you a story and welcome you guys. So before the walls remembered the names and monuments stood in stone, our people carried memory in their voices. Stories were how we remembered who we are as a people. And this reminds me of a story of a young small spider in West Africa called Anansi. Oh, how he loved to tell stories. While all the other spiders would catch food and build webs, all Anansi wanted to do was to tell stories. He would go to the lion and say, "Kwasuka sukela." Go to the kangaroo and say, "Khati ineri." But animals like the monkey did not understand Anansi and this gift he possessed of storytelling. They would always call him useless because the stories he told would not fill his stomach. But that is when the ancestors knew that Anansi is the chosen one, that he would be the keeper of stories. And that is when he started to travel from village to plant seeds of storytelling. Because every time he said once upon a time, a thought sparked, ideas sparked that would carve stories of the world. And today, here at Freedom Park, I want to say Anansi is here. But don't be scared, honorable member. The spider is not here. I am here. His spirit lives within me as I continue the journey of storytelling, as we welcome our brothers and sisters from Colombia, not as strangers, but as custodians of memory, of healing and resilience, remembering that stories carry the spirits of our ancestors and that reconciliation remains as we remember those who fought for the liberation struggle of South Africa. But now I ask myself, because I know that Anansi lives within me, does he live within you? Or you? Or you, Makhatebe? Does Anansi live within you?
Anansi, asaz. Agenibuye wematongo, uyani wematongo, nisalele nezindabe, agenibuye wematongo. Diti buyani wematongo, uyani wematongo, nisalele nezindabe, agenibuye.
Anansi, isilungu. Kuthiwa kaloku ungantsomi. Anansi got so tired of having to explain himself all the time to people that just seemed to not understand that stories were important for them. Anansi went around and he looked around and he thought, this doesn't make sense. He was from West Africa. He thought, how? Every time I tell stories, you should see the faces of the little children. Oh, how they look so happy, eager to hear stories. It seems as if when I tell stories, the trees, they seem to lean in closer to listen to my stories. Even the rivers, they seem to flow quietly, listening to every story that I tell. But my own people, Anansi even went to old tortoise and says, yes, me, I don't understand. Because the ancestors said we need to tell stories to keep our memories so we don't forget the past. But old tortoise said, Anansi mntanam, the people are right, stories are not going to feed you. Catch a fly, catch something to eat, and stop yapping all the time. Hey, long ago, and ancestors this and ancestors that. This is not going to feed you, my child. Then Anansi decided, these people don't understand. Me, I'm going to leave this place. Anansi decided, anyway, the ancestors did tell me that I have the gift to tell the stories of the world. I don't have to remain in one place. And Anansi took a long journey all the way from west of Africa to the south. Guess where he arrives? Kwantu. When he arrives, he finds Abantu so busy. And on these days, something seems to be special about these people. What is going on? I wonder. He found a grandmother and he went to the grandmother. My name is Anansi. I come from the West. What are you people doing? And grandmother says, don't worry about it, mntanam, I'll explain everything. He says, yeah, you know where I came from? I am a storyteller. The ancestors told me that I will tell the stories of the world, but my people don't seem to get it. I even try to explain to them that with stories, this is our oldest form of education. Because me, when I grew up, Grandmother Spider would gather all the children around the fire in the evening. We would eat mealies. She would roast sweet potato. We would enjoy. She would explain things so simple that even the most difficult concepts the children would understand. But I left there because they don't get it. Makulu says, don't worry. Here, Kwantu. Stories are how we keep our memories. Stories are how we remember the past. How we keep the teachings of the ancients alive from generation to generation. Don't worry, Wena. But Anansi says, yeah, I see people, you got mkomboti. Oh, is that what you call it? Makulu says, yes, we have brewed mkomboti. We have cooked a feast, and you are welcome to join us, Anansi. But today is a very, very special day, Mtanam, because what you see happening, he says, yeah, man, I saw some people, I don't know if you call them Sangoma, they carry this thing. What are they doing with this? Anansi also asked, man, I saw other people, they carry a branch. Makulu say, yebo, it is umlahlankosi. That is the branch of what we call the buffalo thorn tree. And with this is how we keep our tradition. So today, we are not only remembering those that fought for our liberation. You see, in this country, from many years, came colonialism, then came slavery, then came apartheid, and these were the most difficult years for our people in our country. But today, umsebenzi lo suwenzayo, we call it ukulanda kwemimoya. This is when we go to places where some of our people died away from their homes, when people die violently, and sometimes when there is not a body for us to bury. So some of these people that we're seeing doing today, we have collected all the spirits of the people that fell. Zambia, some died in Angola, some died in Zimbabwe, and many other countries. But today, because their bodies were buried far away from their people, we have collected their bones. We have collected some old ancient artifacts as well that were lost from us. We've also collected their spirit through this branch. In our culture, this is how we speak to the person who has died from far away home so that we can bring their spirits back home. You know, in our culture, when someone passes, we don't lose connection with them. That is why we call them ancestors, abaphansi omakhulu. So umsebenzi lona wanamhlanje, that is what we are doing. We have fetched their spirits to bring them home so they can be laid to rest. And this is why you see the slaughtering, the herbs that are being used, they are to heal. Because with stories like this, we don't only tell them ngomlomo, we also keep the rituals that heal our people, and so that we can share this when the children see from generation to generation, these ancient teaching of our ancestors will continue and will never end. And Nandi says, hey, it looks like I have found my people. Oh, you people are doing the same thing that I've been telling my people there that we must do. Phela phela ngantso. Sabashia bazale kaya. Hayi bantu into yanga. Kwamanye amazwe lapho kungazi khona baba nomama solwela inkululeko. Sabashiya bazale ekhaya. Sangena kwamanye amazwe lapho kungazi khona ubaba nomama silandela inkululeko. Sathi salan ekhaya. Sangena kwamanye amazwe kungazi khona ubaba nomama silandela inkululeko.
Thank you so much. Please give them another big round of applause. I would also dance for you, but I think I don't want to embarrass myself, especially after that. Thank you so much. Colleagues, it's now time to take a break for lunch. All right, so I'm just going to check with Komi and Mahmoud. Just for the sake of time, we did schedule our lunch for an hour, but we are running behind. So I would suggest we take 45 minutes instead of the full hour. And in that case, we will return after 45 minutes. Following that, we will get into the next two presentations, and that is from the Missing Persons Task Team, as well as the RRO from SARA. And then we have Intate Mokushane as well, who'll be presenting on the work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So let's take 45 minutes for lunch. As you can see, colleagues, it is served over here. Get your plates, eat, and then I will alert you when it's time to start settling down for the next session. Thank you so much. Right, colleagues, the time is now 2 p.m. We'll be resuming at 2:15. So we have 15 minutes left of lunch, and we'll resume at 2:15. Thank you. Right, colleagues, we're just waiting for our guests from Colombia to return. They quickly went to Ditong Museum. In the meanwhile, we're going to be doing a test for our virtual speaker, Ms. Madeline Fullhot. So if you can just bear with us as we test her online collection. Hi, Madeline. Can you speak on the mic just to test your audio? Loud and clear. Thank you so much. Right.
What about the projection of the image?
The projection is visual. If you can put it in presenter mode, please.
How's that?
Perfect. Yes, I think you can just be on standby. We'll be starting in 10 minutes. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you so much.
Thanks. colleagues, let's take a minute to settle down. We'll be resuming shortly. All right, colleagues, we'll be starting in the next 30 seconds. If you can settle down. Madeline, just testing if you are online and can hear me.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you. They said we can hear you, but we can't see you. So I think you're perfectly fine. Let's not jinx it. Colleagues, we're going to be resuming with the next part of our session for today. Restitution process. Yes, we acknowledge that there are challenges and they're not all as, I'd say, fruitful as this one was, but it does highlight what good practice entails when you put the needs of the family or the community first as your guiding principles in terms of the processes that follow. And as Komi stated, the role of the state then just becomes to provide logistical support, right? We're now going to be moving into case studies that look at a very painful subject, which is the repatriation and restitution of human remains. And it's my very great honor and privilege to introduce Ms. Madeleine Fullard, who is the director of the Missing Persons Task Team. And she will be presenting with my colleague, Ntate Troy Pili, who is the manager of the Repatriation and Restitution Office. Madeleine could not be with us in person, but she is presenting virtually. Please give her a big round of applause. Over to you, Madeleine.
And I'll rely on you to notify me if the sound drops or there's an image problem. So firstly, I'd just like to greet our colleagues from Colombia. I had the great joy of visiting Colombia many years ago, and I think that I want to acknowledge the links between South Africa and the broader Latin American experience, because we have benefited enormously from the experience and the expertise of our colleagues, particularly in the field of forensic anthropology, in terms of ways of dealing with the past, for example, the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions in Argentina, Chile, for example, and I'm aware that Colombia has also recently concluded a Truth Commission process. So I think the links are extremely long-standing and important, and we hope that this shared experience today will continue to add to those links. So the presentation I'm going to do now is on what we are calling the Exile Repatriation Project, which is an interdepartmental program launched in 2024. I'm going to start by just going back in history. As you will know, as Colombians, the experience of exile arises from long-standing political conflicts. So in South Africa, we experienced the most intense period of political repression between 1960 and 1994, where there were approximately 25,000 deaths. I know compared to Colombia, that is a very small number, because your country has experienced, I think, close to 400,000 deaths as a result of the armed conflicts. And these deaths arose out of a variety of contexts: security force shootings, clashes between the guerrillas and security forces, clashes between political groups. We also had around 60,000 people detained without trial, thousands sentenced to long prison terms, 130 political prisoners hanged for political offenses. We also saw torture become common practice, and we saw the secret execution of activists and guerrillas. And one of the consequences of this was that over 10,000 people were forced into political exile from South Africa in that period, starting from 1960, when political organizations were banned outside that were against apartheid. And the political exiles largely were forced to locate themselves in southern African countries such as Zambia, Tanzania, Botswana, Mozambique, Lesotho, Eswatini, formerly Swaziland, Angola, Uganda, Zimbabwe, and others went further afield. And what we have determined is that at least 1,000 of these political exiles died scattered amongst these different countries. So with the arrival of democracy, the question was now, how does South Africa deal with this political conflict and the consequences thereof? And in 1996, we had the establishment of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the TRC, which looked at killings, torture, severe ill treatment, and abductions and disappearances. The TRC received 22,000 victim statements and also received approximately 2,000 individual amnesty applications from perpetrators. And I'm aware that in Colombia, you have also engaged in some programs of amnesty. South Africa's amnesty process was an individual one where perpetrators had to make full disclosure in public hearings attended by the victims or the families. And these images became quite well known. We were actually the first Truth Commission to have public hearings. This was a victim hearing. Here is an amnesty hearing. You can see the perpetrators up on the stage, attended by the community. And a great deal was learned through the Truth Commission process. I'm not going to go into detail about its recommendations, which include individual and community reparations, forms of memorialization, prosecutions where no amnesty was granted, and that has been a controversial issue, which is presently the subject of a commission of inquiry. And one of the recommendations was that South Africa should continue tracing those who disappeared during the political conflicts of the past. And the outcome of that was the establishment of the Missing Persons Task Team in the National Prosecuting Authority, which is our equivalent of the Attorney General's office. And the task team was to investigate those disappearances and try to recover the remains of those who were deceased. And probably like Colombia as well, the kinds of disappearances varied in character and nature. There are those who disappeared at the hands of the security forces, those who went into exile and never returned or disappeared, people who disappeared during the internal conflicts between political organizations, such as between the ANC and the IFP. And then we also had cases where the family knew what had happened to the person, but their remains were missing, such as the political prisoners who were hanged because the state kept their bodies, never returned them to the families. Political prisoners who died while serving their sentence on Robben Island. And I'm aware you will be visiting Robben Island later this week. So to date, we have recovered 233 individuals, which is a relatively small number. Our numbers of missing persons range between 1 to 2,000. Again, I'm aware that those are small numbers compared to your experience in Colombia. Our work has not generally included recovery of remains outside South Africa until recently, and that's what I'm going to be discussing today. So our team, and this is where we've really benefited again from that Latin American experience, our work is based on a combination of integrating the work of investigators and forensic anthropologists. And here's a photo of our team. So because we were not really able to go and recover remains outside the country, and families of those whose loved ones had gone into exile continued to plead and request assistance in tracing what happened to them. Because obviously in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, This is before cell phones, email, etc. And most people who went into exile had to adopt a nom de guerre or a pseudonym and live under another name. So communication was impossible. Even the postal service was intercepted by the apartheid government. So there was very little to no communication between family members in South Africa and their loved ones who had gone into exile. And many of the families were extremely poor. They didn't have the resources to begin a search for their loved ones in exile. And so in 2021, the South Africa's cabinet approved a policy on the repatriation of human remains and heritage objects. And we developed an implementation plan. I have mentioned it involves several different government departments, including Defense Force, the Justice Department, Military Veterans, Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, Health Department, International Relations, and so on. A Repatriation and Restitution Office, the RRO, was set up in the premier South African Heritage Resources Agency in South Africa. And the technical team for the Exile Repatriation Project is made up of a combination of the RRO and the Missing Persons Task Team. And we have developed a methodology, an integrated approach of using investigators, forensic anthropologists, archaeologists, heritage practitioners, and so on, to ensure that we get the best possible results. So if we look at the range of contexts, countries, and environments where South African exiles died, it is largely in Southern Africa, the countries closest to South Africa, and the largest group is those who died in Angola, where the ANC, the African National Congress, the Liberation Movement, had its training camps for its armed wing, Umkhonto weSizwe, known as MK. And Zambia was also a country where the bulk of the more civilian arm of the liberation movements were based, also Tanzania, and then smaller numbers scattered through other countries. And we do have some in further flung areas. And I must say, looking at these numbers, they've already changed just from a few months ago. So it's a constantly evolving picture. And if we look at what were the circumstances in which these exiles died, there's a range of different causes. South Africa security forces did launch armed attacks on bases and houses occupied by what they suspected to be members of the liberation movement. Those cross-border raids happened in Lesotho, with one of the biggest raids killing 42 people in 1982. Botswana, Eswatini, Mozambique, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and even an armed raid into Angola. So cross-border raids count for a certain segment of the deceased, but many of the exiles themselves had gone into exile in the early 1960s and were themselves getting old and dying of old age. There's also accidents, suicide, which is a very sad feature of the exile experience of those who were forced from the land of their birth, never to return, living in precarious circumstances scattered around the world. There were also instances of execution by the liberation movements and, of course, illness. In Angola, the ANC also engaged in armed conflict against UNITA. Now, as a result of all of these different circumstances of death, we've got a range of different burial environments. There are formal cemeteries, there are semi-formal cemeteries, there are informal burial sites, such as within the ANC's training camps. There might be a little cemetery section set aside there. People were buried in local village cemeteries, sometimes secretly buried just in the bush. So we have a range of different contexts. So just to look at the most perfect example, in Tanzania, the ANC actually established a very formal burial area. And here you can see some of the graves, which are laid out with names and so on. And this is the kind of ideal environment. But this is the only such instance of such a well-organized burial environment. We were lucky to even find maps for some burial areas in Tanzania. But the main cemetery in Dar es Salaam, for example, there are no records, essentially. There are graves which are just marked with the name of an organization, but no individuals' names. And then there are some graves that are invisible completely. In Zambia, for example, even though there's a very formal cemetery, Leopards Hill Cemetery in Lusaka, the graves are almost invisible. There are very few tombstone markers with names. Names are often not visible. There we can see the name African National Congress, but the name of the deceased is not visible. And by far the majority of those buried in this particular cemetery have no markings whatsoever. And we have also had to confront the lack of records, the lack of the cemetery details, lack of grave numbers. These are the conditions of some of the records that we've had to deal with in different countries. We are literally, it's almost an archaeological excavation just to work through the cemetery records, never mind the cemetery itself. In Zambia, for example, the actual environment, well, this is common to all cemeteries, the actual environment, the physical environment keeps changing and degrading. So with the passage of time, the graves become less and less visible. This was a photograph of 7 graves in Livingston, and this visit was undertaken about 15 years ago, this photograph. And you can see the little metal markers, spears, that are on the graves. We got a photo of about 10 years later, and you can see the terrain is very different. There's only one metal marker there. The graves are almost invisible. And when we eventually located the spot, you can see nothing whatsoever. It's just flat earth. The metal markers are gone. So even the burial context of a cemetery does not guarantee the possibility of recovery. In Eswatini, formerly Swaziland, here is a photograph of a cemetery. Now, if you looked at this space, you would not even think it is a cemetery. There are no graves visible whatsoever. There are no tombstones. There are no records. But this is in fact where some of the people we are looking for were buried. In Lesotho, here's an old photograph on the left with some names visible. The cemetery itself was paved at a certain stage, and those markings are gone now. Village burials, for example, there are no records. Here in Lesotho, there are no, the graves are invisible. Turning to Angola, which is the most complex environment of all, because of the fact that the ANC's training camps were based in war zones, where the MPLA was in conflict with UNITA. And so you have bases in Luanda, and you have bases in the north of the country. You can see the red squares and the circles there, marking areas where training camps were. And this is deep rural area. This is essentially jungle territory. Also further on the right of the screen, that is Malanje province. There were additional sites there. And further in the south of the country as well. So we're looking at cemeteries, formal cemeteries, training camps, village burials, and essentially bush burials in Angola. In the urban cities, the formal cemeteries, follow the practice of recycling of graves. So many of the trained cadres of the liberation movement were buried in these cemeteries, but these graves are recycled every 5 years, and this has posed enormous challenges for the possibility of the recovery of remains. For example, in the 3 main cemeteries in Luanda, to date, we have found approximately 25 graves, of which 15 have names. In the camps, this area here, you can see the jungle in the back of the photograph, which has been essentially cut back to expose the graves here. So you can see there are 8 graves. This was an area called Pango in the north of the country. There are no names visible, and there will be other graves in the vicinity that have no markings whatsoever. Here, for example, you can see on the left a little bit of building traces, the old admin block of Kibashe camp, now overgrown with jungle. On the right-hand side, Angola has been, is assisting South Africa with demining the camps, because that is another key challenge we face in Angola, is that it was a war environment, and the ANC also mined its camps and its graves when departing the country in 1989 to ensure that they wouldn't be tampered with. Here, for example, on the right, you can see this is a metal collection point, one camp where the Angolan government and a Norwegian company are currently doing demining. So the challenges there of jungle overgrowth and the mining situation are really quite devastating obstacles to overcome. Here is allegedly a site of a mass grave of ANC members who were killed in combat in the north of the country. There's no visible grave, but reportedly there are burials here. And I'm sure this is the kind of environment that our colleagues from Colombia are very much used to. One of the principles that we've adopted in the Exile Repatriation Project is the involvement of families. And ideally, we should be able to take families to visit the grave, because in cultural terms, families are supposed to perform rituals at graves prior to the body being moved or exhumed or repatriated. And this is a huge challenge, because although the grave on the left is marked and has a name on it, the one on the right, it is in a cemetery, but there are no markings there, and we cannot guarantee that that is the correct grave. So this places quite a quandary for us, because particularly in a country like Angola, we're not going to be able to pre-identify graves. Identification of remains will happen through DNA in a process after exhumation. So in September 2024, the Exile Repatriation Project was launched with the first group of remains returning from Zambia and Zimbabwe. That we repatriated 42 remains. There are a further 7 individuals waiting in Zambia for DNA identification, and the remains were returned on a Defence Force plane. And the remains were received by the President, our President Ramaphosa, and other government ministers and family members at a ceremony in Freedom Park, right where you are now, on the 27th of September 2024 in the amphitheater area, which you may have already seen. So we also conduct forensic examination of the remains, and the condition of the remains varies enormously. On the left, you can see there's very little to recover. The skeletonized remains have fragmented almost into dust, except for some of the long bones. Whereas on the right, we were able to recover almost complete set of remains. We are doing DNA identification in some cases where there's insufficient information to verify on visual or forensic anthropology examination. After the forensic examination and confirmation of identity is complete, the remains then go for reburials, which are conducted at a provincial or municipal level in partnership between families and those government structures at those levels. So I'm just going to refer to some of the challenges that we face, which some of them I've already indicated. The chief one is the lack of burial and cemetery records, even for those who were buried in formal cemeteries. Secondly, the liberation movements themselves do not necessarily have organizational records recording the deaths of their members, where they died, how they were buried, or how they were disposed of. Another huge challenge is the fact that people did not use their real names in exile, and so we are constantly trying to cross-reference pseudonyms, combat names, nom de guerre with real names. You know, some people will have the same nom de guerre. For example, China. We have quite a number of cadres who are called China. Also tracing families. We have an outreach program through which is online, and also documentaries which have been produced to try to highlight to families the fact that this process is happening. So while we do have contacts of many families, there are still others that we are still busy tracing. And these are critical in the case of doing DNA identifications, because we must have close enough family relatives to make those genetic links. Tombstones that you've seen in this presentation are sometimes perhaps more of a curse than a blessing, because we don't know the circumstances in which those tombstones were placed. We had an instance in Lesotho where tombstones were placed on the incorrect graves, leading to families doing their own recovery of remains because of its proximity to South Africa, which led to incorrect remains being exhumed. And tombstones are sometimes put on the wrong graves. But, you know, when a family member or even our colleagues in government see a tombstone, they tend to regard that as, you know, a kind of almost biblical marker, whereas in fact it's a human creation with its own history, and we need to be very cautious of those tombstones. The hard reality is that we will never be able to recover all of those who died in exile. And it's going to vary from country to country, the numbers that we can recover, because of the factors that I've spoken about, the different burial contexts, the lack of records, massive overgrowth of the terrain, etc. So the question is then, how do we address that without breaking families' hearts and basically re-traumatizing families? And one of the methods we are looking at is adopting what we call symbolic reburials and spiritual repatriations. And this is a practice that we have used inside the country, because we have had cases where the individual was killed or disposed of in a manner that makes the recovery of remains impossible. For example, here is a photo of the Komati River near the border of Mozambique. And in this area, 4 cadres of the liberation movement had been taken there. They were drugged, they were shot, and their bodies were burnt. In 2 instances, the perpetrator actually showed us the site on the edge of the river, but the burnt remains were pushed into the river, and we've had, 30, 40 years of river flooding since then. So there was no possibility of recovering remains, but we were able to conduct cultural, spiritual rituals with families that really had enormous meaning. And highlighted the fact that, in a sense, the recovery of remains is perhaps just half of the significance of this process. The other half is the question of acknowledgement and recognition of the families, acknowledgement and recognition of those who died. And that even in instances where we cannot recover remains, we are able to offer forms of recognition and acknowledgement to families. Here, for example, as well, Ronald Madondo, who was abducted from Soweto, taken to this dam area where his body was blown up on an island in the dam. The dam levels have since risen, covering that island completely. There was no possibility of recovery, but we were able to take the family to the place of death on the edge of the river, of the dam here, and they were able to bring the spirits of the deceased to Freedom Park. And on the right here, you see the son of Ronald Madondo releasing a dove. His dad loved birds and actually kept birds, and the family was able to bring his spirit and perform rituals at Freedom Park that had enormous personal, cultural, and spiritual significance for that family. So, by way of concluding, what I can point to, what are the main goals of this exile repatriation project? The first one is obviously to provide answers to families of those who were last seen in the 1960s, 70s, 1980s, to give the families the opportunity for proper burial where it's possible to recover the remains, and in an important way to return those missing persons to their communities from where they disappeared, if not physically, even spiritually. At a state or government level, what we are doing is we are reinstating them as South African citizens because they lost their South African citizenship and they were erased from the body of South African population. And we are reinstating them as officially as citizens of South Africa. And of course, what I spoke about, the possibility of offering recognition and acknowledgement to the families of the enormous price that was paid for our democracy in the struggle against apartheid. Thank you very much.
Please give Ms. Fullard another big round of applause. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. And again, a very painful subject matter. But I think if we look at, again, the presentation from Ntate Mogeti earlier about how the policy framework creates an enabling environment for these type of formations, it then does just show how, as I stated earlier, without having a strong policy or legislative framework, it's not possible to go and do this work in a cross-border environment as well. I just want to invite my colleague Ntate Pili to come up as well. He'll also be taking questions with Ms. Fullard for the next 10 to 15 minutes. Please give him a round of applause as he comes up. He is the manager of the Repatriation and Restitution Office at SORA. So he'll be answering questions. Basically, as Ms. Fullard presented, they work together on this particular issue. So colleagues, we'll be taking hands as we've done earlier. We'll take 1 to 5 hands. And then again, Ms. Fullard is online to answer your questions. And then Ntate Pili is here as well. I know it's after lunch, so people are a bit full. Okay. All right, I'll just start with my question while some of you maybe think about it. And this is either for you, Ntate Pili, or Ms. Fullard. So there's been a lot of work that has been done in the last few years in Southern Africa, looking at the exile repatriation process. What are the steps now that are going to be taken, as was presented here, that it's not just confined to Southern Africa, it's also abroad in Europe and South America, what are the steps that are being looked at to expand the project to cross-continental repatriations? Maybe we can start with you, Ntate Pili, and then give Ms. Fullard afterwards.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. The steps that are being taken to expand the projects beyond the African borders are mainly prompted by requests that we have received, as Tate Mokgethi alluded to earlier, that over time, families are making requests, and requests are not only limited to the countries that have been identified for project implementation in that particular year or that particular period or quarter of a year. So, and some of the requests come with some pressures, such as an advanced age of a requesting family member, like a spouse who probably lost or whose husband left the country in the 1960s and ended up in Europe or in the USSR mainly and died there. So in response to such requests, we have had engagements with our embassies in those specific countries, particularly Russia, to assist with searching for a grave of a particular person from whom from whose family request has come from. And over and above, looking into the fact that the project is more inclusive. If there are other South Africans buried in that country, we look at including those in our plan for exhumation and repatriation. So that's what has happened. We've also, in the past week, developed a more comprehensive plan that is going to look at the 2026-27 financial year and 2027-2028 in a more accelerated manner, looking at pushing as far as possible in exhausting the Southern African countries, given the fact that we have a country-to-country implementation plan. So we can't keep on going back and forth to countries that we've been. So yeah, that's what we are looking into. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Fullard, anything to add?
It's just...
All right, thank you so much. All right, colleagues, we were again still taking hands. Any questions, comments on the presentation? Otherwise, we'll move on to the next presentation from Ntate where am I here? Mokushane. Yes, sorry. Any questions, comments? All right, please give Ntate Pili and Ms. Fullard a very big round of applause. Again, as you know, this work that they engage in is very painful. It's a very difficult subject matter, dealing with lost loved ones, and it's thankless work, and we do really commend you for the work you've done. All right, colleagues, moving on, we are now going to take a presentation from Ntate Tapelo Mokushane, who is the Deputy Director of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So I think this presentation must be seen in conjunction with the previous one. He's coming from the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. And as Ms. Fullard presented, the Missing Persons Task Team stems from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So please give a big round of applause as we welcome Ntate Mokushane.
Good afternoon. Kgotsong halala kaofela. I'm glad we are having this session after lunch. I'm very happy because it's going to depend on that energy you already have. So that energy attention, is very important, at least to take us through this presentation. Colleagues, let me express appreciation for the invitation to come and appear before you to share our experience. It has already been indicated that definitely I'm going to touch on some of the aspects that Madeleine and other colleagues have already touched on. I will instead be providing you this presentation from a different angle, mainly informed by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission recommendations. And how do we get ourselves participating and assisting in ensuring that this very colossal task is successfully implemented? You'll see the title is a bit long, it's quite extended. Exhumation, repatriation, handover. There's also a reason why there is a handover of the remains there. Reburial or symbolic burial of deceased victims. And all this can also be tied to the presentation which was made by Ntate Mokgethi or Re Mokgethi earlier. By the way, I'm Ntate Mokushane. So Re Mokgethi did his earlier, so it also ties us back to some of the issues that he raised in his first presentation. It is always important, colleagues, just to provide a quick background in respect of how we came into being as the TRC unit, because our very own existence flows from the TRC recommendations. And then to say commissions for major tasks are already detailed in that presentation that is going to be shared free of charge with everyone who is interested to have it. So I'm not gonna run, word by word or sentence by sentence, where it doesn't necessarily require me to do so. But however, what comes to be more important in some of these tasks of the Commission is that the restoration of the human and civil dignity of victims of gross human rights violations. I'll put my emphasis on that. The TRC, when it comes to exhumation, handover and reburial, as well as symbolic burial of deceased victims, received more than 1,500 victim statements on missing persons. And then volume 6 of the TRC report provides a list of nearly 500 disappearances, and to be exact, it speaks of 477. While volume 2 provides a list of deceased victims hanged on death row for politically related offenses. It is difficult to talk about our work without mentioning that the Missing Persons Task Team is responsible for the exhumation of the mortal remains and their positive identification. However, because of the inextricably linked relationship we have with the Missing Persons Task Team, we happen to be before them or during their work and after them. That is doing what I would refer to as family liaison and mobilization, because we meet at least once in the beginning of the year to decide on which cases we are going to work on. While they do the actual field work, that of physically exhuming the remains after positively identifying the graves where those remains are buried, we get busy by tracing families, engaging them, preparing as well as enabling them to attend to all those proceedings that are going to take place. So as the unit, we coordinate all the activities in respect of the exhumation, handover, reburial, and symbolic burial of these deceased victims. And not forgetting that we also rely on the support and collaboration of our colleagues at local, provincial, as well as national government levels to provide assistance to the affected families. And then emphasis is also placed there on us doing the tracing liaison and mobilization to ensure maximum participation by all the affected families. What informs us in respect of executing this work is the existence of the regulations that are called Regulations on Exhumation, Reburial, or Symbolic Burial of Deceased Victims. And these regulations were promulgated in May 2010. So that gives effect to the work that we are doing in line with the TRC recommendations. Affected families receive support to attend the exhumation proceedings, including the reburial of the remains. Usually, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, or this time around her deputy, hands over the exhumed remains to the families for reburial and to help them find closure. Other government departments and institutions such as Freedom Park, where we are right now, thank you for your generosity. Actually, I should say your magnanimous generosity. Military veterans, at some point, they assisted us with provision of coffins, and then social development, psychosocial support. Home Affairs assist with the issuing of death certificates, and then provincial departments, they also assist us when we have to reach out to families during different times of doing our work. I think I'm the most prejudiced speaker because I'm talking and trying to read everything from distance. So let me find a way of making myself more comfortable, because both screens are actually, this one is better. Now, let me share with you our work pictorially. Baby, may I request at least lose microphone here, roving one, it's better. Otherwise, I'm fixed here. Thank you so much. With regards to our work pictorially, this is what we do when we talk tracing of the families. We leave behind the comfort of our offices to engage all the families, as we can see there, even very far-flung areas. We reach out to all the corners of the country. Okay, this does not reach there. And then we identify families beforehand, we get them together, and then we brief them in respect of all the processes. If you check there, top right, the gentleman in white shirt, he is the former mayor of Dubatse local municipality. We also brief them, mobilize them, take them along to meet the families, including one of the oldest mothers of Komsasa Nyati at Penje in Limpopo, to make them understand what these processes are all about. We don't do our work virtually, ladies and gentlemen. It's eye contact work. We get to see them, we build trust, and then we start working together. And then they get to know the people that they are talking to directly. And then bottom left, we were also at Limpopo. Recently, we were visiting the families of those whose loved ones were hanged on death row for politically related offenses. So we get them around in that setup. We make ourselves available to clearly and simply explain all the processes, including my colleague there who was in charge of that session. And please do not ask me what happened to that chicken after the meeting. But the meeting was concluded successfully. And then bottom right, we also went to the Western Cape in Knysna. That is the family actually. In that instance, we are also trying to do what you call symbolic, not only spiritual. Because when we talk symbolic burial, it would have been informed by spiritual repatriation. But in this instance, in that case of Goodman Tata Setlokiso, the manner in which he was buried as a student activist after they were shot and killed during the protest which was happening at Neisner. It was a restricted funeral. His family was not allowed to attend. Members of the community were given strict terms on how to conduct that funeral. In a way, I'm afraid to say he was buried like a dog, even though I haven't seen how it is normally gets buried. But it was a totally indecent burial. So the family has requested at least that we relocate, we exhume the remains, relocate them, and then give Goodman Tata Setlokiso a befitting reburial, taking into consideration the injustice and gross human rights he was also subjected to. And we continue here by pictorially indicating that at least since 2016, between 2016 and 2023, that's what we have been doing when we visit families in the Eastern Cape, far-flung areas. You come across women wearing big dukes, and then smoking those long, what you call them, pipes. And then all they understand is their vernacular, is their home language. And then you come down to their level by speaking the very language they understand. Even if it's Fanaka Loco, but if there is a meaning in what you say, you all get happy and then move to the next step. It doesn't only start and end up with talking. We assist these families also to fulfill regulatory requirements by assisting them to complete these forms. You know, the forms that we produce as government officials are very difficult to understand. So we sit with these families, spend time with them, make sure that they understand what they are going to complete, what they are signing for. So that constitutes at least part of the work that we do. And all that you have already seen was in preparation for what appears now on this slide. Following family tracing, briefing, and enabling them to attend all the relevant proceedings, this is one of the first handover ceremonies conducted here at Freedom Park. In 2008, 2009, 2010, and 2014. Top left, that is for AZAPO, Azanla, Azanian Liberation Organization. And then on the left, that was not at Freedom Park, that was at Gqeberha, previously known as Port Elizabeth. We were handing over the remains of Pepco 3 and COSAS 2, Hashe, Galela, and Kotolozi, Pepco 3, and COSAS 2, Sipiom Timkulu, and Topsi Madaka. And then at the bottom here, we are back to Freedom Park. Bottom left, you can see there's a salutation, and then in the middle there, our leadership, and the very first chief director of the TRC unit, who was our ambassador to Russia, Dr. Mochubela Sieku. And then bottom right, we take you to the Free State, where another ceremonial handover and reburial of the remains took place. Now we close a chapter of those who are regarded as missing persons. We open a new chapter of those who were judicially executed, and that led to Gallows Exhumation Project being launched by former Minister of Justice, Ndate Michael Masuta, in March 2016. So we were taking them through, you know, what appears there, the museum at Gallows, to say, if you go to Gallows, you'll see there's a big blackboard with few people whose names are written in white or highlighted in white, very few of them. That denotes the approximately 130 persons who were hanged for politically related offenses. The rest whose names are written in black are those who were just hanged on death row, and that goes beyond 1,000. There is only one white person, John Harris, who was hanged on death row for politically related offenses, only one, and his remains were cremated. The rest, after being executed, all the black people, they were buried at Mamelodi. I think white people were buried elsewhere, etc. So even in death, black, white, and Indian were separated. So there was segregation even in death. So that was the brutality of death row. And as we can see there, that is the execution chamber. Well, I think at times they used to hang 7 in the morning at one time, all facing one direction. And as we can see there, the noose, the rope there, well, that's the noose. And then you see it's with different sizes. The other one is shorter, the other one is taller. It is because by the time they were to execute the condemned prisoner in brackets, they would have measured his height, weight, the size of the neck. His hair would be, they would know whether he's blonde or not, the lips, everything, because they wanted to ensure that they were executing the correct person. So that's how the execution was carried out. And then restoring human and civil dignity of victims. Why are we exhuming the remains of those who were hanged on death row? Because the TRC made the finding that the execution of all those who were hanged on death row constituted a gross human rights violation. Even though the families knew where their loved ones were buried, but they were not entitled to exhume their remains. In fact, they didn't even know the graves where they were buried because those graves were unmarked, making it difficult for them to exhume, repatriate, and restore their dignity. The brutality of death row is captured in this slide. The body of an executed person remained the property of the state and was not given to the family, regardless of whether the affected families had means to bury their loved ones or not. Once you were executed, you become state property. 2, the family would not be allowed to see the body, only the coffin with a name tag. Even if you were waiting outside when your loved one was being executed, when it is done, they will just come to tell you, Ancestral, it's done. Thirdly, bodies were buried in segregated graves according to race. Colors, here we go. In Yesterest, blacks in Mamelodi and Rebecca Street, Indians in Lodiam, and whites in Zandfontein. Family members were not allowed to accompany the body or be present at the burial. All of them were buried as paupers. In most cases, one on top of the other, 3 in a grave. The other day, I went to explain to this family that is how we found, the manner in which we found the bodies in the graves. And then I had to speak isiXhosa so that they understand I'm a Mosotho. So I was thinking one on top of the other, then I went, omunye phezu komunye. I'm like, okay. Then, no. Omunye ngapha, omunye phakathi, omunye ngaphezulu. So, but at least they were able to understand what I was trying to say. Sometimes the family was given the relevant grave number, in most cases, only years later. As we continue, colleagues, what do we do with these families? We invite them, we transport them from their all 4 corners of this country. These are families from Bazia, where unfortunately one family had 5 of its members entirely executed. These were mainly members of PAC, Poko. As you know, PAC is strong in that area, Krisani district, Ngobo, etc. So they surrounded almost everyone. The sad part is that it does not imply everyone who was hanged on death row was killed for what he committed. There are people who were just killed because they happened to, for common cause. Let me put it that way. So when we take these families to Gallows Museum, which is not far from here, just about 2 kilometers away, please do yourself a favor. Take a tour of Gallows Museum, and walk the 52 steps, which is usually what we do when we take the families there, so that they walk in the footsteps of their loved ones until they reach the execution chamber, which is located on the 52nd level. That is why we have 52 steps. So this is where the families are taken. And then at this point in time, we would have already at least organized the paramedics or relevant support staff to be there to support the families. In cases they also get hurt, they are human beings. You know, I remember during this day, one of the paramedics actually fainted. He went inside the death row, yes. And then he was the first one to be in the ambulance. And then the families were working behind. It's very difficult for families and any normal human being to understand what is happening there. I'm not even going to try to explain what happens when the brutal or cruel hangman pulls the lever. And then the trapdoors are open, and then you go jingling, you know, in between the middle. Now, families would have already been taken there. It's not a once-off. You know, you give families assurance. You go to their places, you talk, you tell them, you explain to them, because the minute you tell them that we found the remains of your loved ones, there is that firstly shock and disbelief. And are you here for elections? Or are you lying to us? Or what are you trying to say? Okay, how much are we going to get? So families also have expectations the minute you talk to them. So you don't rush the processes. Even visits, we end up undertaking multiple visits to each families, depending on their level of understanding and acceptance, because there is also denial from many families. Like, are you sure? How are you? What makes you think that you got the right remains? So it takes time for families to process this. And then you speak here about people, remember, who were affected by the killings that were committed in 1960s, between 1960 and 1994. You are dealing here with senior citizens, people whose opinions get easily swayed by anyone. So you try to ensure that your word is the first and you also have the last word, so that nobody comes to persuade them otherwise. And then they'll tell, okay, fine, let me speak to my family or my child or my granddaughter or my grandson. And when they come, they also raise their doubts. You have to come back again, talk to them from scratch and say, no, remember when I was here last time, this is what I said. Allow me to repeat that and explain. And more families, the more they come in different layers, the more you have to come back and re-engage until everybody accepts. So the manner in which you interact with the families and how they respond to your visits and engagements can either delay or accelerate the processes. So it's something that cannot be rushed at all. So following all the visits that you would have taken to them in their different locations, even when they are here in Pretoria at the hotel, we fly them for the first time, we make it comfortable, make them forget. Others stress more about flying than coming to attend the event. They come to the hotel, and then they look inside the rooms, they change, I'm no longer sleeping here, I'm now going to sleep with my grandmother or my grandfather. You know, it's a potpourri of emotions. But we try to make them forget. But anyway, money cannot buy them happiness. But we just try to make everything comfortable for them. So here we get them to debrief. And then after that, we continue the following day with regulatory requirements. They fill all the forms, and then we take them now to the cemetery. After all the pre-exhumation has been done by the missing persons task team, we allow each and every family to get closer and inspect what is inside the grave, so that they ask all the relevant questions. before the remains are removed. And then once these families are satisfied, and then they go back home, the hotel in the meantime while they are here. So we are done with that part now. We visited them, family liaison, we traced them, we visited them, we briefed them, we debriefed, we did everything we could. And then now, ceremonial handover of the remains begins. So that was in 2017 at Bazia in the Eastern Cape next to Mthatha, when we were handing over 14 remains. It was a big ceremony. You know, it doesn't only heal the individual families, it also heals the community. It becomes a huge celebration. It is also acknowledgement. And that is the type of, function that is, conducted by our political principals, our ministers, from national level, provincial as well as local. That was in 2017, and we continue there. Exhumation of PAC, as you can see, we don't only do for ANC or ASAPO, we do for everyone. Our work does not, we don't discriminate. All those, of course, who are affected during the liberation struggle eras. We all know parties that were not yet in existence, so we cannot talk about them. I have nothing against them. So this is the PAC here. We give each one of them same treatment. We don't wake up the following day, we are more generous, and then the following day we are stingy. No, we do things the same way. There is uniformity in everything that we do. Even when we buy coffins, if you come with more of your mashanguras, no, forget about money, we are going to buy the coffin. There was a time when we had a beautiful relationship with the Department of Military Veterans. They were assisting us with the purchasing of the coffins. We do everything for these families. No, handling TRC cases. I'm coming to that one, thank you. We still have that, brother to brother or brother to sister relationship, which is beautiful. So that is what we do here. We make sure that even if you have more money and the other family does not have money like you or yours, let's please stick to uniform coffins so that we all look the same. Even the amount of money that is payable to victims by way of, we call it reburial support. It's not compensation, it's not reparation, it's reburial support. We even allow them to buy, to perform family rituals by slaughtering, be it a nkukhu, cow, anything. They are welcome to use that money. We give them the required amount of money that at least increases every year, I think by 5%. So they have that, consistent support from the department. And that money does not come from the budget vote. It comes from the president's fund, from where all reparations and other forms of assistance to families in line with the TRC recommendations is coming from. Now, on this one, all along I was talking about how we handle TRC cases. And what are these TRC cases? It's those that were reported to the TRC. We have a specific mandate. And cases of those who were only executed for politically related offenses or died for such. And then before the Exile Repatriation Project was launched, we were requested by the Angolan government to exhume and repatriate the remains of General Ben Pena from Pretoria here to Angola. So that is what we did for them, because their president, who had just been sworn in, at least wanted to undertake that exercise in order to foster some form of social cohesion and reconciliation in his country. We also undertook another trip to Botswana, also before the Exile Repatriation Project in 2019, It was a wonderful partnership between DSAC, DMV, DOJ, and other stakeholders to exhume and repatriate the remains of Patrick Mvundla, who was a resident of Soweto. And then we did all the work with the minimum resources we had, subsequently leading to a successful handover and reburial ceremony of the remains in Soweto. And then bottom left picture, the gentleman with a green beret, that is the son of Patrick Mvundla. His name is Mugabe. Now, something interesting about Mugabe is that when we went to Botswana, Mugabe Mvundla, by the way, when we went to Botswana, Mugabe, together with his sister, he saw for the first time, were both looking at the grave of their father when he was being exhumed. I'm not sure whether he knew that he had a sister, as it usually happens, that our exiles or refugees, when they settle in other countries, other families crop up. So as we were busy conducting, attending the entire proceedings, both of them were looking inside the grave, quiet. There's so much that happens behind the scenes that we don't talk about. It's all about numbers. How many have you exhumed from Zambia, Zimbabwe, Botswana, and that's it, it ends there. What about what's going to happen to her or him once the process is concluded? These are the things, that continue to linger in our minds, and obviously that requires some form of, I think, appropriate interventions. And then now here, we were handing over a continued 2023 at Vol of Maran's start in Northwest Province, take care of everything supported by other departments. DMV was still buying us coffins there. We handed over the remains of PAC members who were hanged on death row. In respect of memorialization, we also bring families here to Freedom Park to inspect the wall of names. So these are the families that we brought here in 2017. There's so much to share, but obviously we have to choose which ones for now to share. But every time families come to Pretoria, city of Tshwane, for the exhumation of the remains, pre-exhumation and exhumation of the remains, we bring them here, and then there's a part of the section of the wall that speaks to all those who were judicially executed. There was once a mistake on the wall. I'll say it because there is some significance what I'm going to say. One of the people whose names appeared under the list of those who were executed was Ntate Nkwenkwe. He was listed as executed, but he was still alive, interestingly. He attended all the proceedings that led to the exhumation of the Bazia 14. And he was also on death row, but he was released before he could be hanged. So he went home. We discovered that later, but sheer coincidence or what, I don't know. Now, when we started reburying the remains of this Bazia 14, they were not buried all at once because the families wanted them to be buried at their homesteads, by their families. So it took us over a month revisiting the area to rebury the graves. Ntate Nkwenkwe, I think he shared a cell with Polimili, one of the hanged. So on the day of the handover and reburial because the handover was already concluded, he was there. He collapsed. That was the end. So he died on the same day when his cellmate was being buried, and he was the last one to be reburied. I didn't want to go and visit that part again. Now, on this one, Handover and reburial ceremony of Benjamin Moloise and Abraham Gomezulu. This was in May, attended to by our new administration, our new ministers. Deputy Minister Andres Nel was coming for the second time, and this was still continuing as we are now doing work related to exile repatriation project. So what I'm trying to demonstrate here is that while we are working on the exile repatriation project to assist, bring back the exiles, we also continue with our mandate in line with the TRC recommendations. And then the gallows exhumation project was wrapped up by the minister on the 13th of September at Komani to say when the project was launched, we were to exhume 83 remains. So as it was concluded, 81 was successfully exhumed, handed over and reburied. The remaining 2, the family of Mahlangu residing in Mamelodi, they requested, because now they knew, we showed them where their loved one was buried. And the question was, where are you going to rebury him? In the same grave. So we ended up not exhuming. Another family, interestingly, from the Eastern Cape, we did not exhume the remains of their loved one because they believed they had the correct remains, while we insisted that you may be sitting with wrong remains that were exhumed by other parties. But if families do not grant consent, permission, we don't touch the grave. So we left it like that so that we don't interfere with the family and the spirits. And then there are also positive spin-offs here. These are down to earth, in most cases, poor families that are still struggling even to put bread and butter on the table. So for some, at least, top left, when we got there, it was, I think, in Zirast. That was the house we found when we got there. Okay, Tapelo and your team, you are bringing the remains, but look, we are poor. We have nowhere to stay. And then we start engaging all the relevant partners, private partnership program, that's a public-private partnership. And then top right, we ended up having a house. By the time we were reburying, they were at a roofing level. At least what looked like a decent house was now there for the family. So we left them smiling. And then bottom left, that is the house of the family of Busman Mangena, Starkstrom, closer to Queenstown, Ekomani. By the time we left, at least they had what also looked like a decent RDP house with a brand new furniture inside, which was donated by different stakeholders. So it's a question of input, output, impact. What is the impact of what we do? Is it about numbers? Or is it also about trying to put a smile on their face? If we can, we do. Bottom right, that is not an ordinary parking space as you can see it. That park was renamed Zintocele in KZN, Kwamashu, because that is how the provincial government felt that before the reburial of Zintocele, who used to be a former MK member, who served together with Dr. Kize, former Minister of Health, together with, is it Mhlongo? The other one, yeah, both of them, they were in one cell of Umkhonto Wesizwe. So they were in leadership in government, and then they renamed that park. It was quickly and neatly renovated, and then renamed Zintocele Park in his honor. Coming to exile repatriation project, we have now closed all the TRC cases. Of course, now it goes back to Remokgeti's issue that in the beginning we were doing this on an ad hoc basis. You know, one hand wasn't sure what the other one was doing. So it led to the national policy on the repatriation of and restitution of human remains and heritage objects being approved. Hence, we are now implementing it. Most importantly, from the TRC angle, this exile repatriation project constitutes symbolic reparation in line with the TRC recommendations. It's a symbolic reparation for them. So that element is always there. Why? Because the TRC also recommended that exhumation be extended to neighboring and other foreign countries. We have the honor of being given the responsibility to lead once again with family liaison and mobilization. And also most of the deceased, Madeleine also referred to it, in exile, they are referred to in the TRC report volume 2 and their role and leadership acknowledged. Under chapter 4, covering the liberation movements from 1960 to 1990, which was also the TRC mandate period. The families are enabled in this instance to find healing and closure when they receive and rebury the repatriated remains of their loved ones. Under ERP, Exile Repatriation Project, this is what we do. That was when we engaged the family of ANC's former Secretary General, Advocate Dumanokwe. We met with them on the 26th of May 2023 here in Gauteng. We went as far as the Eastern Cape, Hohobeng, Stakespruit at the border of Lesotho to engage the family of PAC's senior leader, John Pokela. So those are the two families on the left and on the right that we get to engage. And once we have done that work at that level, it leads now to families interacting, arriving in Gauteng, interacting with the Freedom Parks Interfaith Committee and performing pre-trip family rituals. And that was in August and September 2024. So once they are ready, they have a briefing in respect of every work that needs to be done. The first group of families departed for Lusaka on the 30th August 2024. It was beautiful, it was nice, it was exciting. Some family members flying for the first time. The one on the left there, it was going to be their first flight out of the country. They were looking forward. There was, a suitcase of emotions in their space. How to deal with this? It's nice to fly, but what happens when they get there? So these are stories that we tried to capture. And then on the right, there are a combination of officials and other families from, I think it's Western Cape and KwaZulu-Natal. And I remember one of the traveling family members was a Rastafarian, and he quietly called me to the corner to say, can I take my dagger to perform the rituals? I'm like, hey, boy, you'll be arrested just before you get to the plane. So, he thought that was empowering. He's gonna do his trick, and the gogos are there. Beautiful as they are, they went with them to perform their appropriate family rituals and spiritual repatriation. It's a very big task that cannot be done by one layer of government. Once again, there was excitement with when families were returning. This was the first group returning from Lusaka. On the first, it was from Lusaka and Livingston. And then now additional families traveled on different dates to and from. So we didn't have space to squeeze all of them in there. But that was the excitement, as you can see. Every time when they came back, somehow we were meeting under the statue of Oliver Reginald Tambo. Welcome back home. I think that's what he may have said, my children. And then now come the final moment. The biggest moment was when the remains were finally repatriated. They landed in that aircraft sponsored by South African National Defence Force. Families, everyone was there with excitement. That was on the 25th of September. The lady in colorful dress from Nkula family, she went to Zambia. She has been going there with her children to the grave of her father. This time around, she went when the pre-exhumation proceedings were being conducted, just like all other families that we were actually aiming to retrieve, the NPTT was aiming to retrieve, I think 53, I remember very well. It came back with 42 remains, 42 were repatriated, 7 are still staying behind, subject to positive identification. This lady, in her father's grave, unfortunately, when they opened, they found a blonde, not her father. It was painful. It is one of those families, no, as you can see, she's very strong. But even when the remains were arriving, were being repatriated, she decided to join others. Because now these families had become one big family, a network of family members supporting each other. But she's still hoping, Tapelo, I'm waiting for you and your team to come back again. So we owe her and many others, or few others, because many at least we got. Leading to the homecoming ceremony on the 27th here at Freedom Park. And then the first reburial of those who were repatriated from Zambia and Zimbabwe, the first reburial was on the 27th of October in the Eastern Cape. And then it was followed by others in different parts of the country. So the provinces that received the remains, one, it's Eastern Cape, Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, Northwest and Western Cape. To date, 35 remains of those who were repatriated have been reburied. We are waiting for 7, that will give us 42. Livingston is repatriated, but we are awaiting the outcome of the DNA test on the, to confirm their positive identification. Now dealing with families, this one is very important. What gives us this mandate? Any investigation or exhumation must be done in consultation with the families or their representatives, very important. 2, prior any exhumation, families should be approached for ante-mortem information. Undignified or unskillful handling of the remains may further traumatize families. Families must be given a realistic expectation of the outcome of any investigation or exhumation, given the state of the remains, the number of bodies, and problems with identification, since this is what we are dealing with. And then the subsequent process of identification must be explained to their families. And then they must also be told whether identification would rely on simple or traditional techniques or etc. The notion of what constitutes a family may vary with cultural context. In addition, clear guidelines need to be developed to deal with divided families, because we also come across such families. One more slide to go. Establishment of appropriate means of associating the communities and families, very important. Procedures for handing over the remains to the family, important also. Providing targeted assistance of promoting the family's self-sufficiency, ensuring that families of persons unaccounted for benefit from support programs such as Nkula's family. Psychosocial support and psychiatric treatment should be provided to those in need, and encouraging families. What happened now? I was on almost the last slide. The next one, I'm now on the next slide. There you go. Where are we in terms of this exhumation now? Missing persons national list 97, Gallows exhumation project 87, exile repatriation project 49, total remains recovered by the missing persons task team 233. Remains handed over and reburied 212 plus 11, meaning that is the number of families throughout the country that we have been liaising with all this time. By the way, December this year will be 20 years in the unit. Next slide. That is thank you. You see those ladies that are smiling there? I did not ask them to smile, they just smiled after attending all the processes, pre-exhumation, exhumation, etc. They greeted us with that beautiful smile, and at least we're happy to see them smiling as they go away. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Please don't run away. Please give Ntate Mokushani another big round of applause. I think we all know that the work that they do, that him and his team do, is thankless work, extremely painful work, extremely necessary work, but that also plays a big role in healing. And I think what I appreciated most about his presentation was that the word family appeared more than any other word. So I think that it's very people-centered work. Colleagues will take a few questions, comments, if there are any, before we release Ntate Mokushane. Okay, there's a hand at the back. Can I get the microphones, colleagues? Okay. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Nomonde Solonzi from Katlehong. I'm representing the Rastafari Women Empowerment Foundation. Firstly, it's a comment there. It's not a question. Firstly, I would really love to appreciate what everyone is doing here. This has shown that as African people, we are trying our best, to do what's right, to correct what was done wrong. So I truly appreciate it. And my elder Tapelo, I would really love to correct you about the ganja. When you said our brother there, the Rasta brother was just coming with the ganja there, but in actual fact, a ganja is done is the sacred herb. So we can ban it when instances like this are happening, when our brothers or sisters or uncle or fathers come back home. It is okay to ban it. It is okay for the Sangomas to ban it. It really brings us close to the ancestors, and we are just saying, giving thanks, to say we welcome you home, and it is a healing herb. It's gonna give us a peaceful aura, even with impepho. I give thanks. No, nothing else.
Thank you so much. Ire.
Thank you so much. And I think maybe just to not really respond, to state that within South Africa, it's been decriminalized. But to take it to another country, it's still criminalized, which I think was the context in which he was trying to say, my brother, it's not going to work out. Yeah, but very fair point that you raised. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
okay,
go ahead. But I think we were missing that day. I didn't see you. At least Gogos were there. So you see, you must be there next time. Thank you.
All right, colleagues, there's a hand in front. Oh, you got the microphone. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I wanted to respond to that because even when we were collecting the ancestral remains from Glasgow, one of the elders, the Cohen son, well, the son descendant, Petrus, wanted to take his medicinal plant, the ganja, and we said, no, you can't. But actually, we even sought permission from the Department of Agriculture, and it was, and when they went to the UK, it was declined. Thank you, Dr. Tapelo, my partner in crime. You mentioned when you were talking about the execution, I just wanted to find out, you mentioned that the families were not allowed to take their loved ones and to bury them themselves. Was it the same case with Solomon Mahlangu?
I think his was different. His was different. Because at some point, his body was taken to another location and then that also was changed later, but it was different.
All right, no, thanks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Timbi. Colleagues, there's a hand at the back. We'll take one or two more hands and then we'll conclude the presentation. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Magwande Kany. You know, now that there's this issue regarding Ikanja, it raises another question. I know that when we went to Angola previously, we were assisted by the embassy that side to ensure that we are able to take some of the medicinal plants that we needed. Well, even though it's already compounded and all that. And we also had a situation where we had to take umlahlankosi, for example, because it's not available that side, which now poses into to yourselves as representatives of the government. Whenever there is going to be a usage of any, allow me to say, for any medicinal or plant-based products that we have to take with, those preparations need to be done prior and engaging with the embassies in those countries to facilitate those processes so that the passing through, it's smooth. And I'm saying this, taking note that sometimes it will not only be us, Abokoko, sometimes there would be the Rastafari counterparts giving the sensitivity of ganja itself in other countries. So if those things can be sorted out prior, into the last minute, so that we avoid unnecessary chaos. Thank you.
No, precisely. I think that calls for a much more closer collaboration and preparation. You know, those gaps, we have to close them as early as possible so that you don't leave other areas and layers behind. Thanks, anyway. We appreciate this.
Thank you so much. And maybe just to also add that it's very important what you're stating, because yes, we can talk about this one particular plant, but there may be other illicit plants or herbs which are fine in South Africa, but elsewhere. So as we review the policy again, just speaking to what Ntate Mokheti presented, as we review the policy, these are the type of sensitivities which I think we didn't consider in the past, but we'll definitely take into consideration going forward. All right, Sis Timbi, there's a hand there. Is this in response to this question? Okay, can we take Sis Timbi? Then we'll take you afterwards.
Thank you. I think it's important to share with the meeting that this process is a process that includes about 15 departments. So we don't just do it. So we are led by DERCO. So before we even start doing anything, even the first visit would be led by DERCO. So our embassy would lead us, and I remember the colleagues from Freedom Park will even will attest to this, that in some cases, some of the medicinal plants that we would be informed before we travel that this we can find at the host country. Those that we couldn't, we took with. Because in our meetings, we have the Department of Agriculture that will then engage with their counterparts in the host country because sometimes we call it, there was the English name of what thorn? Buffalo thorn, yes. So we didn't know, we know it as a buffalo thorn, but scientifically it's got another name. So agriculture would tell us what's the scientific name, and they would share that with the embassy in the host country, who will then share with the department in that country to say, yes, this one you can bring. Hence with Petros, we knew when we went to UK that he can't take it because we were advised from that side that he can't take it.
Thank you so much. All right, colleagues, let's take the last comment. There's a hand over there, and then we'll conclude with this presentation.
Thank you so much, Ndade Mkushane, Linda Deben. Drawing on the example that you gave, Ndade Mkushane, of Mugabe and his Botswana sister, if you can take us through the question of legitimacy of families, because there are families prior to an individual going on exile, and the family that they establish when they get there. So when it comes to this process, I'm interested to know, yes, you're talking about Mugabe and the sister, they were looking, inside this grave. But what happened before then? At what point did you know about these two families? And then how did you go about balancing the interest of these two families? Mugabe's sister, and you're not even mentioning her name. You talk about Mugabe and Mugabe's sister. Maybe that was Sarah. Did Sarah's family really had a say whether the repatriation should go ahead or the person was fine where he was resting? The second one is the question of mistaken identity. Probably you're talking about the pioneers of this process. But the question is, now that there is a national policy that guides this process, are there any remedial measures in place? Because if it's something that you can speak with confidence there that yes, there were issues of mistaken identity, then it means those people, they have to be taken back to where they were exhumed. What happened there? And is there any arrangement? This is the last one. Is there any arrangement between like Botswana, Zambia, all the frontline states, when the raids were done, the people in the host countries, they died with the exiles there. So now we come and then we exhume these ones. We say, okay, we take this one. But these people, they died together. Is there any arrangement in terms of the support mechanisms for those families, or you just open the wounds and then leave them like that?
Thank you so much for your round of questions. Look, if there is any harm that was totally unintended, any harm on the part of families, one, in the case of Botswana, Patrick Mvundla Mugabe and his sister, you are right, she has a name. I just happen to forget the name because I interacted more with Mugabe while here and back. It actually calls upon us to spend more time on each and every case to understand the family dynamics. From my point of view, at least in this instance, we come when it's too late. Families having left their own families here, the exiles, having left their families here, going to start other families that side. But at least we are alive to that sensitivity that it's not just a question of going in and coming back with the remains. It's a question of trying to deal with the family dynamics. However, it all speaks to us paying more attention to all finer details, having sufficient time to deal with each and every case. But at least with the Zambia-Zimbabwe Exile Repatriation Project, it was also a bit of a rushed process. We were looking at a target, but there's so much that we have since learned from that, such that now we have slowed down the processes to allow proper preparation to take place. I remember when we went to Lesotho, flowing from what we learned in Zambia and Zimbabwe, we have even decided that, look, let us allow the family liaison and mobilization to be part of the technical team that goes to do grave mapping, so that while they are busy at the cemetery looking at what is physically available or not, this other work stream engages families. You are so absolutely right. In Lesotho, we were met with fierce reaction by the Basotho who told us how much they have lost. You know, remember they accommodated these people, others they died, you know, because of what happened to them. Their lives were changed completely. Issues of, for instance, compensation were even raised, you see. Like what about us? We have absolutely no right as Basotho to stop you, South Africans, from repatriating the remains of your loved ones. But what about us? Because they were starting to drop names. You see, I protected Hani and his wife, this and that. And you South Africans are even treating us badly, but okay, fine, you understand. Compensation is something else. But when we are here, look, the reason why we actually extended the engagement to you as Basotho families is also to acknowledge your pain and suffering and what you had to go through as a result of this South Africans dying in your country. And then please, if available, be part and parcel of the repatriation processes. So that in that way, at least they also find some form of acknowledgement. Compensation is something else. Reparation, to be specific, flows from the TRC recommendations, because the very issue, the very challenge we have here is that some of the families whose loved ones were brutally killed during the 1982 and 1985 Maseru massacres, respectively. Some appeared before the TRC and they received reparations, some did not. So you see, now we also have to bring them together, make them understand, and then maybe refer them to appropriate, government ministries for further assistance. So we are beginning now to pay attention to all the finer details that are contained in this entire exercise. I think I'm missing your third question and the last one.
And the third one was about, once you've exhumed, are you just leaving an open wound? What is the next step after that?
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, you see, we are different layers of government that goes in there. Each one has a role to play. While others deal with familiarizing, others deal with memorialization, others deal with the closing of the grave so that the grave is not used again, etc. So we give each other space and chance to fulfill our mandates accordingly.
Okay.
Oh, yes. The mistaken identity, correct. That is why Ganja is closed. International help, it is closed. The issue of mistaken identity, that is the reason why we have the missing persons task team, which is strengthened by knowledgeable, skilled forensic anthropologists. Because at the time when other, I'll call them stakeholders, went ahead to exhume the remains, I do not think that they used the DNA. We even discovered that our very own TRC handed over incorrect remains. I don't know the type of, well, in my past life, I happened to be a journalist some 30 years ago when the remains were being exhumed, Lesecha, Sekhwale, and others. But I'm tempted to believe that they would probably take the skull, look at it, this looks like Chawe, maybe something like that, because there was nothing, forensically or scientifically assisting them to confirm. And again, the question of, Madeleine would speak more to that, the question of also relying on human memory to identify the graves. You bury your loved ones today, and do you want to tell me that 30 years later, when you go back to erect the tombstone, are you sure that you'll put the tombstone on the correct one? That is also what happened to other graves. And also the question of mass reburials. We are also dealing with a case here, for instance, Mamelodi 10, when we were reburying 9 of them. We all knew that this was we will look at the labels on the coffins. But many mass graves, there was Alexandra, conflict many years ago here. People were just buried there, and then it's difficult also to knows the work so that, it minimizes, chances of obtaining wrong remains. But if it happens that we find the wrong remains, we go back to the families and say, your loved one, actually you have, and then I remember as I close, we went to Soweto to tell this other family, and my team put me in front because I have to deal with families. And then this old, meh, lying on her bed, I could tell she was already sickly. She was already bedridden. And then I was like telling her, Mama, we are here because of 1, 2, 3, 4. You take time before you get there. Her response was like, yo, lefu laka, la fihla. That's the beginning of my death. You see, and now you have to, you carry their own burden, it becomes yours as a team. And then we have to walk the entire steps again with them. Definitely it's unintentional, but it does happen. But if we pay more attention to finer details, it can definitely be completely eradicated or stopped, and then we stick to handing over the correct remains. And if we are not sure, we don't do anything. We leave it because we don't want to take families, wrong remains to families, and then I go on pension next year, and then I start to have problems because I took Dlamini to Chabalala. Then it becomes my problem now and the team. So if we are uncertain, leave it there until we know what to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Intat. All right, colleagues, I would now like to invite Gogo Sheila and Gogo Tobeka from Freedom Park, and they will be doing a presentation on spiritual repatriation. Please give them a big round of applause as they come to the front.
Sengijikile ngoba ngifuna ukwehlela phansi. Sishaya isandla phezu kwesandla uma ukhula abona khona. Ngabe sikwenze ekuseni kodwa sikwenzanga. Kodwa siyadlulisa-ke kukhokho omkhulu. Ukuthi phezu kwenkulumo ngoba kwakhulunywa ngani. Ngisho phakathi emsamo wenu. Lapho kukhulunywa khona ngey'ndaba zenu. Sicela ushaya isandla phezu kwesimo uma sesenze iphutha. Iphasha libhekile. Kodwa ngoba sikhuluma ngani niyajabula. Ngoba sikhuluma ngezinto ezenzakalayo emhlabeni. Ngisho khona kulo msamo se-Freedom Park. La nihambe nayikhethela khona esiqongeni sentaba. Ukuthi la siyohamba sikhulume esifundisa izizwe. Kodwa senamukela wonke umuntu ola ngaphakathi. Nalobo sebakhulumile bokhokho omkhulu. Nalobo buhlungu abakhulumile esibuzwile. Nabazwileke bokhokho omkhulu. Bangixolele emakhehla amadala ngoba ngikhuluma ulimi lenu. Ngiyaxolisa ngishaya isandla phezu kwesimo. Kodwa-ke sibonge ukuthi abavakashi bakhona bazofundela emsebenzini yenu. Akube kuhle nina eMpumalanga, eNyakatho, eNtshonalanga, eNingizimu phezulu esibhakabhakeni phansi emhlabeni. Kube kuhle kini enhle phezu kwey'qongo zentaba. Kube kuhle kini emgedeni bokhokho omkhulu. Kube kuhle kini emadwaleni makhehla amadala. Ngisho emgomeni, ngisho eyalweni, ngisho emfuleni. Ngisho indlu ehleli khona makhehla amadala emadanyini. Emanwandle ngaphansi nangaphezulu. Kube kuhle phezu kwey'tshalo ney'mila zonke. Kube kuhle phezu kwey'lwane namabhele esizwe. Kube kathakini ngithi ngiyathemeneza bokhokho. Sikhuluma ngani ngokomkhulu ngempilo yenu. Sikhuluma ngani ngoba sazi ukuthi la nihleli khona anikahambi. Nihamba kanjani singazange sanithula? Nihamba kanjani singazange sanigeza? Sihamba kanjani ukuthi namhlanje siyalibhoboza le thuba? Ukuthi asithi noma abantu befikile bazozwa ukuthi senza kanjani. Alibhoboke le thuba ukuthi anikaze nenzwela imisebenzi yenu. Alibhoboke le thuba ukuthi nanikaze nangcwatshwa nina. Alibhoboze le thuba ukuthi anikaze nenzelwa imisebenzi yenu. Your rite of passage, it has never been done, it has never been performed in this land. Akube kuhle bogogo kudede kumnyama bhekukhala. Sikhala sishona phambili makhehla amadala. Ngoba abaningi sisabafuna velanike makhehla. Nizosipha amandla, nisikhanyisele, nisinike ukuhlakanipha. Ukuthi sibone ukuthi okufanele sikwenze okuliqiniso yini. Isizwe siyagula niyasibona yingoba singenzanga ngokuphelele. Sokuphuma kanjani sithi kuyani nibuye ningahambanga yini. Ngoba kumele nihambe bese niyabuya sengeza sinikhuphule nibuye ekhaya. Nibuye nizosibonisa ukuthi senze njani. Kodwa akukho kubasilwa sibe namuntu bokhokho. Sishaya isandla phezu kwesinye sithi akube kuhle ngelani sixoxa sikhulume nawe amakhandlela sikhanyisela bona. Akube kuhle-ke bona.
Lawa manje siyathanda. Sasebenzisa le ndlela. Singikhokhela ngayo. Ngoba ekhaya ngiyoyikhululeka. Ngizokuzibona. Khona manje. Mina ngikhathela ngizisa njani manje nasondela khatshana.
Makhatebe, come please. Okay. Is what next? Okay. I think those are what go fast. Okay. Ngimfishane mina mkhulu. Good afternoon. Thokozani, are you well?
Are you okay? Okay, thank you so much. My name is Sheila Wagampele. I'm with Ukoko Tobega, Kentani, Mampele as well, and also with our colleague, Angimbonu Pumile. And I'm flowing from what Ntate Mkhushane, you've ended. So it is a teamwork. I'm flowing from that space. I stand on the shoulders of our ancestors. I stand on those that have gone before us. I stand in the spirit of our ancestors, in the spirit of Africa, as an African child. I stand speaking the knowledge and the voices and raising the voices of those that have gone before. South Africa is the land in mourning. We have not started cleansing yet. We are still mourning. Lots and lots of people disappeared. We do not know where they are. Their voices are crying somewhere, far and far. Others are just around us. Others have perished in these spaces that we stand on. And they are crying to come back home or to go back home, to find their path back home. We have liberated many. We can't find many. We are still searching. I'm from the Interfaith Committee of the Freedom Park. This is an initiative to honor and repatriate freedom fighters who died in exile, but also we say those that perished here at home. Majority perished here, many years outside. Many were young children. I remember we were at school when we first saw a gun and when we saw our comrades falling in front of us. It is a framework for engaging families and facilitating spiritual repatriation. They've already said a lot on how we engage families, because this is a family matter. This is a family repatriation. It integrates diverse people of faith. In Freedom Park, we are different. We come from different faiths. You have African spirituality, Baha'i, Christian, Islamic, Rastafarian. We've got a lot of, all of us. So we are in one family. It also aligns with the National Heritage and Reconciliation Framework. This interfaith, we have tried. It was not easy for us to come together, you would understand. And it was not easy to burn incense coming from apartheid and colonization. So burning like this, we're seen and deemed as witches. But today we are able to smell the harmony of the herb, the frankincense. Others, we call it impepa. I may not know the English word, which it's not in my mind. It's impepa, which is a calming herb that we use when we call upon the spirits. When we calm the spirits, that's what we call upon. It is a gift from the land. It is the gift from the Most High. It's a gift from the Creator. We did not bring it ourselves, but we're given the knowledge and the healing component and to know what it does. It is aimed to restore dignity, closure, and ancestral peace. Dignity in a sense that we come from a space where our lives were nothing. We're not dignified, and we need closure. Closure in a sense that before we close, we have to open that door and deal with it, and also have peace with our ancestors, because most of the people, families were wiped out. It's numbers that we are talking about. These are small numbers. Many people died in South Africa. Many died. So we are still trying to figure out, maybe they will say where they are. Chogoza Koko, maybe you can take it outside, I don't know. It's okay, you can take it. Is it fine? Your sprinklers, water, it won't come out, I don't know. Next, please. The Interfaith Committee comprises of elders. I'm an elder. I'm approaching my retirement, Mkhulu Mkhushane, from diverse spiritual and religious background. It guides and performs all spiritual repatriation rituals. That's what we do. Differently as we are authentically, all of us performing this. It ensures balance between physical and spiritual repatriation. Myself and Koko Tobega, there are other two Kokos that are not here. We are indebted by ensuring that the spiritual way, the spiritual space is in harmony with the physical one. You would not know that it takes a lot of fasting. It takes a lot of not doing a lot of things as a person, just allowing yourself to go to the spiritual world. Works alongside with traditional and faith leaders. We work with faith leaders and traditional leaders in South Africa or in the host country. We do not go to a country without engaging with those leaders. Support families through spiritual counseling. We counsel families. We take hours and hours counseling families and performing rituals in Isivivane. Isivivane, it's our shrine. It's when we're about to go, we go and ask for permission to leave from the ancestors of the land. It's where we source material like the buffalo thorn. You cannot take a buffalo thorn without speaking to it. It is a spirit that speaks. It is a spirit that guides us on how one needs to be performed. It cannot be handled by nilly-willy. It is a very sacred plant. When one needs to take it, there's a protocol that you go through in communicating with it on how you handle it and also how you carry it across where we are going. So you cannot say, I'm asking so and so on another province to bring Umlahlankosi. That cannot happen. That cannot be authentic. That can be not correct. So it has to be done. You have to move with it from where you are to ensure that you are clean yourself because you have purified yourself and carrying it as a sacred being, as sacred itself, so you are able to move with it. We perform cleansing. It is not an easy thing to perform cleansing because you have to perform cleansing here and on the other side in the host country. We went to Angola to perform cleansing and healing, to repatriate, it was Tsepo Khotso from Northern Cape. When we're going to Angola in Piri, we did not know where Khotso died, or Tsepo, I've forgotten her name, was Khotso Tsepo Gogo somewhere. It was Tsepo, he died when he was around 17, 16, but he was a young boy. But we're going to Piri, from Luanda to Piri, it's quite a long distance. On our way to Piri, that village where they were ambushed, we saw butterflies, black for the first time. We did not saw, we have never seen such. They ambushed our vehicle that we're traveling with. So we went, they came again and they ambushed the vehicle. And we started to say with Koko Tobega, nope, here where this thing is happening, this is where this child died. The ambush that happened here because we are being ambushed. We went to Piri, then they took us to the gravesite and they showed us and all. Then they were telling us that in actual fact, they did not die here, they died where you are coming from, and say, correct, we'll show you where they passed on, where they were ambushed. We went back where we were ambushed by butterfly and we asked them to please stop there, we'll show you where they were ambushed. And we showed them this is where they are lying. So their spirits were around that area because we were already told by them it was not butterfly, we were seeing butterflies, but they were telling us we had to unpack what was happening behind at that time. So we knew where the cleansing needed to happen because of spirits and spirits that were showing up. We had to also to do soul retrieval. It's not easy. It's not a one person, there were many when they were ambushed, but we're looking for one. And calling upon one, they come in numbers, because they want to connect, they want to go home. Next, please. The repatriation process, it's not an easy one. It's a very challenging, it's very painful, it's very overwhelming for all of us. We stay for days going through our shrines because we call it sangomas, but healers. We are also performing our own roles in our own space. But we go through negotiating with our own spirits, our own ancestors, requesting the pathway, and coming back to Freedom Park to show us, give us the eyes and the ears, and be your mouthpiece so that we're able to bring back these souls to the land. It is very, as I said, that it's a very emotional space to be if one has not gone through. It is very emotional to understand that. I remember when we were there, not only that in that one, I remember when we had to chase fire, Tobega, when we requested to repatriate souls in this land, and they turned themselves to be the fire. and fire that was running rampantly. And there were people that were beating other people. So we had to go to spaces that one would never think that you will go in those spaces. Very security high, spaces. I'm trying to find a word so that you don't find it what I'm saying, but I'm saying it. We were shown where these kids were, in thousands of them that were killed in this land. We saw their faces. We heard them. We heard their cries. We had to extinguish these fires at night. We had to negotiate with them to be at peace. We had to slaughter and slaughter and slaughter, not only in Gauteng, but also in the Northwest. We had to go where they were thrown in dishes. Others were thrown, to be eaten by lions and all that. So, however, we had to repatriate them and bring them back to Freedom Park. Next, please. The challenges that we face in doing our work, the grave recycles. They've already spoken about that. Unmarked and mass graves. In Zambia, we're faced with wild animals. When going to Zambezi to repatriate in Tatumkushan, we had to understand that at any time, at any given space, we may be eaten by this. But we believe that in what we're doing, and Spirit, as we've requested the path to be open, it is open. There were 7 of them. You won't believe when we started calling upon their names and channeling them to us, 7 eagles went up and they flew through, coming to us and moving back and coming to us. So we had to assemble them and bring them up, and asking the families to say, one by one, call them on whatever that you understand, in whatever that you still remember about that person. Sometimes it's weather conditions that are terrible when you do this work, but you have to brace yourself. The first thing that you do, that we have done in bracing ourselves when we went to Angola, was the issue of going to the sea, going to the land spirits, channeling the weather itself to allow us and accept us to be in this land and to be able to do this. The path to the airport, it was not as difficult. However, it was very strange that one, you need to take and put it on top. But fortunately, because of the arrangements that were done, we were allowed to carry them on our hands. Next, please. I'm talking about cultural and valid alternative ritual. You may not find a body when we repatriate in most of the time. Most of our loved ones were thrown overboard, were eaten by animals. Here in Mamelodi, we had to repatriate 4. Those 4 that were also, I think they were strangled. They were coming from the gallows, and they were burned and they were scattered like that. So you would not find a body, but you can only find a piece, whatever that you're finding. And after this counseling that we talk about, you need to be authentic with your spiritual rite of passage of these people, of these loved ones. But also what you need to take into cognizance is how you work with families. Moreover, someone that was closer to that person, someone that had no fight or, or negative, or I don't know, someone that had no issues with the person that has passed on, so that when you call upon that person can hear. Spiritual repatriation is very valid, same as you get the body. You have to allow yourself to be used by the host, by the spirit, to be the host of that spirit, so that you are able to channel. Why we do this? It's for healing and closure can be achieved through collecting rituals and without visiting individual graves. As I said, that graves can be recycled, bodies cannot be found, But spirit knows no boundary. You can call a spirit anywhere, the spirit can come. But you have to be intentional. You have to know. You have to understand. You have to ask for guidance. You have to ask the visibility of the spirit. Spiritual repatriation remains authentic and dignified if guided by proper ancestral and interfaith protocol. There are a lot of protocols that we do. You abstain for many things. You can abstain for months. Unfortunately, I'm not scaring you. Both me and Koko Tobega, we had to lose our marriages because of being hosts of spirits. We had to go through divorce, painful ones, so that we are totally clean when we are needed to do the work, because you need to be pure in however you do the work. You talked about healing the spirit and the land. In the host land, it is very important that after you repatriated your loved ones, you heal that land. When we went to Angola, the child that we were repatriating, they refused to release him. The spirit refused that he's not going because he's ours. We had to bargain, we have to divine, we have to do a lot of things. A mother came forth to say, this is my child. I raised him when he arrived here and he's mine. You have no right to take him back where you want to take him. And when you call upon him, it was Khoto, but Khoto was quiet. And we had to call Khoto, he was quiet. And the mother came to say, but he's mine. So we had to bargain with the mother and bringing things that she was requesting for her to release Khoto. And the elders as well, we requested them to speak to the land spirit. We have requested them to plea on our behalf as South Africans, because if it was not because of us, a lot of people would have not died, because a lot of people died in these areas when they were ambushed. Villages were destroyed as well. So we now, after you finish doing your own, there's a need that you have to perform these rituals. We are saying rituals must cleanse and heal the host soil, acknowledging bloodshed and trauma. You don't take as if you're taking an object and leave. They may not come and you think you've taken them. They may refuse when you think they've taken from them. It is their home, much as South Africa is their home. So the host country becomes still their home. But we have a duty to cleanse that land, restore it, and build whether a monument or whatsoever that will be left behind. We are saying you also honor the child exile. Most of the people that left South Africa were very young. We know that there were others who were 10, 12, and when they were ambushed, they were 16, 17, 15, However, when you look at them today, you are not looking at the 12-year-old. You count the years that child would have been now 35 or 40. So you speak accordingly to an elder. They have families, as I said, and you have to request permission to the village. You have to request permission from the adopted spirits that they've adopted in that land, because they are no longer yours. They've stayed for years in those lands. Next, please. It is important when you go for repatriation, because mostly in South Africa, they've used different camps. They're having different camps that we call camps. So those camps will then be used maybe afterward as place of significance, as place of foundation, as place of Holy Spirit, or in a spirit way, where people can come. Even if you go to that land, you know that they were here. This is their home. This is their village. It is served as an entry and exit point for us. We were looking at Angola at the time. It holds a deep symbolic and ancestral significance as a site where soldiers were received and deployed. A lot of things happens in those areas. So you also carry those spirits of those that have fallen. It is important as well as you go that you cleanse these spaces, because they could have others, they would have sold each other. They would have fought amongst themselves. So as you repatriate and you are mapping or you are creating these spaces, cleanse them, because you cannot bring spirits as they are back home, because you are bringing that illness back home, that anger, that trauma, that whatever things that we would not want to see. It is a final military order for fallen. Normally what happens is that because repatriation was within the political parties, so they would have their way of how they speak to the fallen comrades and so forth, and the terms that they use, the words that they use, the names that they use, allow that process still to happen. You may have a commander that's still there that may assist you on the languaging, on how they used to do things. Recognize of the soldiers, identify and service, not just as exile, but as heroes and struggle. When people left, it was not because we are going for a vacation. You need to recognize them. They need that recognition. They need to be told that you have done well, you fought well. They need to be told that they are no more, because they are not aware that they are no more. Their rite of passage or funeral, they was never performed. You need to make them aware that today we are going to use a flight. Yesterday you came with maybe with a bus or with what, you did not use a flight, or we are going to sleep in a hotel because they never slept in a hotel. So you make them aware every step of the time, what is it that is happening? At home, your mother is no longer there. Who's no longer there? Who's no longer there? You tell them exactly as if you're telling a 2-year-old on what is happening with them. Participate by former commanders. Ensure that those that were there as comrades, as friends, bring them along so that they are able whether to sing or to tell stories that you may not be aware, but they are aware themselves. The guiding principle that we are using is respect. Uphold dignity of fallen heroes and their families. Respect, don't impose yourself in families. Collaboration, South Africa and host countries, and also faith healers and families, indigenous leaders as well. It is important to respect amakhosi, indlovukazi, that's what we say in the land spirits, the water spirits of that land, the mountain spirits, the tree spirits, and all spirits that are concerned. It's very important that you collaborate with them. It doesn't mean that if you know that tree, you know it does this, it will happen to you. If you don't respect it, it will disrespect you as well. Spiritual integrity. Recognize that spiritual repatriation is a vital and as physical return. When they are saying we are returning spirits, it is a very vital moment because spirit can guide. We are able to channel energies to say, because you are returning, may the rain not rain until we are finished doing this, so that we are able to lay, we want to cleanse you, we want to do this. So it's very important that you may not have a bone with you, but you may have a soul, but it's very new as well. They will know when you are lying. They will know when you are lying. We have seen people, those that participated in killing others or selling others, getting sick. Others were saying things. I remember when we went to Kokotobega in Pretoria, 5+, when people were strangled, those that we thought they were comrades ours, but we were not aware that some of them were selling the ones that sold others. We only saw when we were repatriating, when they were strangling them and when they were speaking. But I'm sorry, we did this and this and this. Cultural sensitivity. Reflect diverse, here I will speak about South Africa belief system, where it is necessary. Sometimes families would only say, we only want to do African spirituality only, or coupled with Christianity. Most of the time, that's what they choose, African spirituality and Christianity. Allow that space. However, those that will perform these different rituals, they must have that cultural sensitivity, but also integrate the family cultural aspect of it. Healing. It is very important to promote emotional and ancestral closure. Normally, when all is done, what we want to see is the rain, that it has done, and it is a closure. What we want to see is people at least starting to say, I'm getting better. Most of the time, sometimes in this space, when you go and repatriate, you find that families, others are not there to come and repatriate. The one that is repatriating becomes a family to those that are not, don't have families. That's a spirit of Ubuntu. We use it. We bring souls in a spirit of Ubuntu. Where we'll call up a name and the family is not showing up. You as a family, because you become a family to the spirit. In the space of African spirituality, I am because you are. You are because I am. I am you, you are me. So I'm your family. You are not different from me. So we don't have orphans in Africa. So when there is no one to take you, we take you, we bring you back home. We take you back, your basket, like the one that Ukoko was putting umtuntu that we use. We bring you back if families are not there, because I am you, because you are. Next, please. As said that we do engage families, we ensure that 100% we take them through. We ensure that day by day they can ask any questions where they feel that they don't know because of colonization, because of enslavement, because of apartheid. People walked away from their culture, from understanding their spirituality, more especially African spirituality. So we are here to guide them. We become a source for them to ask anytime, any question. Even if sometimes when we are available, they say, accompany us home because we may not know what to do. Others are only children. We are here to assist them. The list is compiled, as Umkhulu Tapelo said, on how they do the list. But for us is to understand how the person has passed on, so that we're able to heal the wounds of that person, so that we're able to heal how that person was. If the person, most of the time, it's because they were ambushed, they were shot at. So we are ensured that you need to heal the wounds. So the medicine that we use, we take medicine from South Africa and go with them on the other side. There are different types of medicines that we use for cleansing and healing and restoring. We ensure that also we perform, because for years, we have a belief that they've never drank a glass of water or a drop of water. So we bring water. For those that would ask for cold drink, we will bring cold drink. There are a lot of things that we carry for them. Also, as they've said, they've alluded to this, I don't think I would need to go through. I will say it again, stressing in that engaging with the host country is very important. Engaging with traditional leadership, it is not your land. What you do in South Africa is not what you're going to do in Zambia, in Tanzania. You work with the leaders there. You work with the kings and queens. You work with the healers. You work with the religious leaders. They perform, participate. I remember in Zimbabwe, we were assisted by many healers that they were showing us the ways on how they do, and also medicine and trees that they were using to pray under. Conduct joint ritual. We conducted joint rituals with them. Even though we brought medicine, we requested also for them to bring their medicines, because the land is one. As I said, that spirit knows no boundary. We are all one. The land owns us. We do not own the land. The spirit guides us. Honor shared history and struggle and sacrifices. They've spoken a lot about that. Respect local customs and cultural protocol. Fortunately, as you see, we are facing that way where we're looking at the sun instead of looking at you. So we are aware that the sun has moved to this side because it's preparing to go to the mother. We said that the sun sets to the mothers. So also, fortunately, in Africa, we seem to carry the common customs and cultural protocols. So it's not difficult. But you need to, as you do this, you need to bring them and discuss on how these things, your protocols, your culture, and so on. Access, availability, and costs of ritual material. Like I said, in Zimbabwe, we assisted by others, healers on the other side with some materials that we wanted. Even though in Zambia, we had to go through markets and looking for these things. But in Zimbabwe, we were clearly assisted. The role of interfaith in the Freedom Park is to ensure that we lead the inclusive cultural balance ceremonies. We blend rituals when we do rituals, there's no like when a Christian someone does this, says, I'm not part of this, or Muslim, no, we chant, we sing, we dance, we do all these things. All together, you could say, I'm a Christian, I'm a Islamic someone. We would not even say this one, because it's blended. We allow military rights to say, we know that when there are military rights, boots are not taken off. There are things that, happens. So we still allow that. We also perform African indigenous rites and rituals. As I said, we do interfaith prayers, and the aim, as I said, is to honor the fallen, respect spiritual diversity, and promote national healing. We sought permission. This one it's more administrative, but at the end, the outcome, what we want to see, it's a spiritual dignity, homecoming, cultural healing, and national unity. Next, please, to the next and next slides, to the last one. I thank you.
So much, Kogo. Sheila, please give her a very big round of applause. I think today's been such a special and magical day. I hope our guests from Colombia have seen the broad policy framework. And as we've gone down from, to the cases that were presented, from the object repatriation and now to the repatriation of ancestral remains, to a practical example of the type of ceremonies that take place in order to provide healing for families where these remains have remained in other countries. So colleagues, we're going to just have a change of program, all right? For the sake of time, we'll take a quick 5 to 10, let's make a 10-minute break. The time is now 5 p.m. on my side. We'll take a 10-minute break until 5:10. At 5:10, I'm then going to invite our colleagues from Colombia, Mr. Diaz Juan Manuel, who will then do the presentation on behalf of Colombia. We'll then have a discussion and questions with Mr. Manuel, and then we'll go into the closing reflections and vote of thanks from Dr. Mohapi. Following that, we will then flight the video, all right, colleagues? So we will show the video at the end, just for the sake of time. Those who want to see the video can stay, and those who have other commitments can leave, but we will show the video at the end of the program today and not in between. So let's take a 10-minute tea break, body break, and when we return, we will then bring Mr. Manuel on for his presentation. Thank you. There's a pointer. Yeah. So maybe so what you do, you will present here, but you can just look there. You see, if you're here, and then you can just So you have to just multitask. Okay. So let's put on my laptop. I'll bring it here. Colleagues, let's start settling down. We'll be starting in 1 minute. Okay, let me clear. So what we'll do is just colleagues, can we please start taking our seats? Okay. Colleagues, can we please start taking our seats? Colleagues, we'll be starting now. All right, colleagues, as I mentioned, we've got a change of program. So we'll be moving to our last presentation for the day. It's not the last item for the day, but it's the last presentation for the day. And I think, as I've stated earlier, for us as South Africans, this is the most important presentation today, to see the experiences from our colleagues from Colombia. So it is my very, very big, great honor and privilege to introduce Ms. Melissa Pratt, who will be giving a presentation on the experiences of Colombia in restitution of cultural property, legislative provisions, and the role of communities. She's representing the Colombian Institute of Anthropology and History. Please give her a very big round of applause.
Hi, yes. Well, before I begin this presentation, I want to thank each and every one of you for this opportunity. I want to thank the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, the South African Heritage Resources Agency, the Dead Song Museum, and our host today, the Freedom Park. Thank you so much for having us here. For me, as an archaeologist, being here in South Africa is truly a privilege. This morning, when we went to see the exhibitions here at Freedom Park, I had the opportunity to see some of the lithic tools that are associated with the hominization process of the Homo sapiens species. This was amazing for me, things that I had only read about in books and studied at my university. Today I got to see in person. And I'm sure this is an experience that I'm always going to remember, that I'm always going to carry with me. So thank you so much for this opportunity of having us here. Well, as was established this morning, I come with the Colombian delegation. I'm here with my colleague, Juan Manuel Diaz-Ortiz, and together we both work at the Colombian Institute of Anthropology and History. So the short version of this name is ICAN, which stands for Instituto Colombiano de Antropología e Historia, which is the name in Spanish. But since it is really long. I'm just going to be saying ICANN through the rest of the presentation. So in Colombia, when we talk about archaeological collections and archaeological heritage, the ICANN is the national authority responsible for archaeological heritage. So what I'm going to do in this presentation is first, I'm going to tell you a little bit about ICANN, what it is, what it does, how it is organized. And then after that, I'm going to share with you some of the experiences that we have had in the last 4 years with the repatriation of archaeological heritage. So first of all, I would like to begin with the legal framework that we have in Colombia to manage and to protect archaeological collections and archaeological heritage. It is called the Special Protection Regime, and it is the Colombian legal framework that is aimed at the protection, preservation, and dissemination of the archaeological heritage that belongs to the nation. Sorry, I didn't. Yes. So the Special Protection Regime, taking into consideration the historical, cultural, and scientific value of the archaeological heritage, what this special regime seeks is to prevent its illegal export, illicit trafficking, and commercialization. This legal framework has been strengthened through the development of national public policies, interinstitutional agreements, and nation worldwide strategies. And in particular, in the last 4 years, it has been strengthened through the implementation of bilateral and multilateral conventions and treaties that promote international cooperation, especially when it comes to the repatriation and restitution of archaeological collections. The special protection regime in Colombia includes mainly 4 laws that are the ones that regulate everything that has to do with archaeological heritage. So the most famous one is the Law 397 of 1997. It is also known as the General Law of Culture. Then we have the Law 1185 of 2008. This one modifies a couple of things of the Law 397 of 1997, and it also adds new things. Then we have the Decree 1080 of 2015. This decree unifies everything that had been said in Colombia regarding archaeological heritage and cultural heritage in general until 2015. And then we have the Decree 138 of 2019, which also adds and modifies a couple of things of the Decree 1080 of 2015. This special protection regime also incorporates the principles established in Articles 63 and 72 of the 1991 Political Constitution of Colombia. This constitution is the highest and supreme law of our country. And what it says when it comes to archaeological heritage is that it belongs to the nation, and therefore it cannot be sold, claimed as private property through the passage of time, or seized. And this idea is summarized through 4 principles that the Constitution establishes. So the first one is that archaeological heritage belongs to the nation. Archaeological objects and sites are public assets and cannot be privately owned. The second one is that archaeological heritage is inalienable. It cannot be bought or sold. It is outside any form of commercial trade. It has no economic value and cannot be subject to transactions. Then we have that archaeological heritage is imprescriptible. This means that it cannot become private property through the passage of time. And finally, archaeological heritage is not subject to seizure. So it cannot be pledged as security or withheld to enforce obligations. So as a consequence of this Constitution of 1991, and also as a consequence of the General Law of Culture 397 of 1997, on December 1999, there was the Decree 2667, which is the decree that created the Colombian Institute of Anthropology and History, ICANN. And what this decree says about ICANN is that it is the only institution legally authorized in Colombia to implement the archaeological heritage management regime at both the national and territorial levels. Therefore, ICANN is the highest national authority when it comes to archaeological heritage. It is responsible for safeguarding and protecting archaeological sites and objects that constitute part of Colombia's national heritage. So I want to show you these pictures of ICANN. This is the main building. It is located in Bogota, which is the capital of Colombia. ICANN has other buildings throughout the Colombian territory. We're going to talk about them in a little while. But right now, I wanted to show you that this is the main building. It's the main building because this is where the offices are located. So if you ever go to Colombia, we'd be happy to take you on a tour of ICANN so you get to know this building with us. Well, as ICANN is the national authority when it comes to archaeological heritage and also as a national public institution within Colombia's cultural sector, its mission is to contribute to the development of public policy guidelines through research and the production of dissemination of technical and scientific knowledge in the fields of anthropology, archaeology, history, and it also serves as the highest national authority on archaeological heritage. Taking this into consideration, currently our mission states that by 2030, ICANN aspires to become a leading Latin American institution in the fulfillment of its mission, promoting public engagement with the knowledge it produces and the protection of archaeological heritage through technological tools, transparency mechanisms, inclusion, and citizen participation. So in order to successfully achieve this mission, all the departments and areas that are at ICANN need to articulate and work together. So what I'm going to show you right now is this distribution of the general organization that the Institute has. So we have our director, our general director, and then the Institute is divided into 3 deputy directorates. First, we have the Deputy Directorate for Social Engagement and Citizen Relationships. Then we have the Deputy Directorate for Research and Scientific Production. And then we have the Deputy Directorate for Heritage Management. I'm going to talk a little bit more about this last directorate because that's the one where I work and that's the one that is responsible directly for the management of the archaeological heritage and the processes of repatriation and restitution of archaeological collections. So this Deputy Directorate for Heritage Management is divided into 2 groups. The group of archaeology and the group of cultural heritage. We have to work together all the time, but each group has certain activities and responsibilities that they have to do. And in the case of the group of archaeology, which is the group that I work in, we have the responsibility of the repatriation of archaeological objects. And my colleague that came with me, Juan Manuel Diaz, he is the head of this group of archaeology. So now that we talked about how ICANN is organized, what I want to show you is the ways in which the Institute manages and protects the archaeological heritage that we have identified in Colombia. So the first thing that I want to show you are the archaeological parks. These are located throughout the Colombian territory. And right now, we have identified 6 archaeological parks, which ICANN administers and oversees. These parks are fundamental to the protection, research, and dissemination of our nation's pre-Hispanic and colonial heritage. And between these sites, some of them have been included by UNESCO in the list of World Heritage Sites, and some of them are also representative of the early colonial settlements. So in this map of Colombia, I'm just going to tell you very, very quickly that Colombia as a country is divided in 32 areas that we call departments. And then each department has a capital city, and each department is divided into different cities. The number of cities varies from one department to the other. But what I wanted to show you here is that those departments that are colored are the ones in which the Institute has identified the presence of archaeological parks. So we have the first one to the north of Colombia, the one that is kind of purple. That's Santa Marta, Teyuna, Ciudad Perdida. Then if we go to the west, the one in blue, we have the Department of Quibdó and the Archaeological Park of Santa María la Antigua del Darién. If we go to the southwest, the one in yellow is the Department of Cauca, and there we have the Archaeological Park of Tierra Adentro. The purple one that is next to it is the Department of Huila, and we have 3 archaeological parks there, San Agustín, Alto de los Ídolos, and Alto de las Piedras. And the one that is kind of in the middle, but going to the south, is the Department of San José del Guaviare. There we have La Lindosa. That one is not yet officially recognized as an archaeological park, but we are almost there. We're in the process of getting that declaration. So I wanted to show you that park too, because we're working at ICANN to get the declaration of the archaeological park for La Lindosa. So this is the first one, the Archaeological Park of San Agustín. This is one of the biggest parks and probably one of the most famous archaeological parks that we have in Colombia. And what it is a funerary complex. If you ever go to Colombia and you go to this park, you're going to find tombs, funerary structures, and different ways of burial. It is really interesting because this monumentality that we have, even with this one that I showed you before, that picture is also from San Agustín. So we have those funerary structures that archaeologists from Colombia have called mesitas, which could be translated as something like small tables. And because if you look at it, it kind of has the shape of a table. You see the rock that is on top, and then the statues are like the legs of the table. So the first archaeologists who ever studied San Agustín decided to call them mesitas. And those mesitas were the funerary structures in which the dead were buried. But it is really interesting because we know that in this place that today we find the Archaeological Park of San Agustín, during the pre-Hispanic occupation of this territory, people were living here and they were also burying their dead here. But the monumentality is only associated with the dead. These statues, these funerary structures, were not meant to exist in the world of the living. They were only made to accompany the dead. And it is therefore an amazing place in which, if you like funerary archaeology and if you want to study attitudes towards the dead, well, this place is really rich by the archaeological potential that it has related to funerary practices. Then we have the Archaeological Park of Alto de los Ídolos. Alto is a word that could be translated as the highest part of a mountain. And then ídolos is something like gods or deities or spirits. So it could be something like the mountain of the gods or the mountain of the spirits. It is really close to San Agustín geographically. And if you look at it, you can see that there are patterns and similarities between them. So this is also a funerary complex. And if you ever go there, you're going to find tombs and funerary structures dedicated to the dead. Then we have the Archaeological Park of Alto de las Piedras. So same meaning for alto, like the highest place in a mountain. And then piedras means stones. So this is another place similar to Alto de los Ídolos and San Agustín, in which you are going to find funerary structures and places dedicated to commemorate the dead. Then we have the Archaeological Park of Tierra Adentro. Tierra Adentro means something like deep inside the earth or deep inside the mountain. And the name is really appropriate because if you want to go to these places, you really have to get inside a mountain in order to get there. All of these parks, San Agustín, Alto de los Ídolos, Alto de las Piedras, and Tierra Adentro, are great examples of anthropic modifications of the landscape. And when you go there, you can really see how the societies that occupied those places modified the mountains in order to create the tombs in which they wanted to bury their dead. Here at Tierra Adentro, we have hypogeums in which we have found amazing examples of secondary burials in the funerary urns that you can see in the picture. Then we also have the archaeological park of Teyuna. In Spanish, we say Ciudad Perdida. What it means is the lost city. This was the one that was located in the north of the country that we saw when we were looking at the map. This one is amazing because it is now located in a geographical area that is called Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta. And the indigenous communities of the people who built this city still live there. The people who built this are called Tairona. They were a pre-Hispanic society. And their descendants today live in La Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta, where this is. Those descendants are now divided into 4 groups, 4 different indigenous communities: the Kogi, Arhuaco, Wiwa, and Cancuamo. And so this place is very special because it is the archaeological park, but also it is close to where the indigenous communities that still exist in Colombia live. Then we have the Archaeological and Historic Park of Santa María la Antigua del Darién. The word historic is really important here because in the other parks that we have seen, they are all the result of creations carried out by pre-Hispanic societies. But this one is the first one in which we also have the historic element, because according to the historic records that we have, this was the earliest, or at least earliest known settlement that the Europeans founded when they got to what today is Colombia. And then this last one is La Lindosa, is the one I told you about before. It isn't an archaeological park yet, but we are in the process of getting that recognition. So we have panels of rock art, and this place has actually been called by some authors the 16th Chapel of rock art in South America. And what is important about all these archaeological parks that I have just shown you is that all these places are under the responsibility of the ICANN. ICANN takes care of them. ICANN is responsible for the research carried out there. ICANN is also responsible for the processes of dissemination, engagement with communities. Actually, here at La Lindosa, we are now carrying out a project in which the tours that people take to get to see this rock art are being done by the community that lives close by. So the idea is to make this model sustainable in terms that the community, that the people that are close to these archaeological parks are also integrated in the management and in the protection of these places. Well, now that we have talked about the archaeological parks, I want to talk to you about the types of interventions on archaeological heritage that are authorized in Colombia by ICANN. So in Colombia, it is possible to intervene archaeological heritage if you are carrying out one of these projects. So if you're doing some research, also if it is a project of preventive or rescue archaeology, also when it comes to chance finds, to conservation and or restoration of archaeological heritage, and in the implementation of management measures. All the information that someone from Colombia needs to know in order to know how to work with the archaeological heritage, depending on which of these options he or she is doing, is available in the Article 2642 of the Decree 138 of 2019, that, if you remember, was part of the special protection regime that we saw at the beginning of the presentation. So what's really important about these types of intervention of archaeological heritage is that ICANN, as the national authority on archaeological heritage in Colombia, is the one that always authorizes these interventions. And at the end of these processes, the authorization holder, the person who got this authorization from ICANN, must always ensure that archaeological objects recovered during the interventions are incorporated into the National Archaeological Heritage Registry. This National Archaeological Heritage Registry is one of the tools that ICANN has in order to control and to manage the archaeological heritage that has been identified and retrieved in Colombia. So if you are going to work with this National Archaeological Heritage Registry, there is a difference between movable objects, artifacts, and immovable sites, structures. So when it comes to structures, immovable sites, ICANN has a platform that is called the GeoVisor. And when it comes to movable objects, we have two options, two ways in which ICANN manages the archaeological heritage. The first one is something that is called legal custody of archaeological objects, and the second one are the archaeological collections that are under the responsibility and custody of ICANN. So first, in the case of immovable sites and structure, this is a screenshot of how the GeoVisor looks like in the website of ICANN. So for anyone who's interested in consulting the archaeological sites that have been identified in Colombia, you just go there and you can see, depending of the department or the geographical region of the country that you need to study, you can see which are the places and which are the investigations that have been carried out in all of those places. So it is also kind of like a repository of all the research that has been done in archaeological sites in Colombia. And this GeoVisor is always, it's never finished. It is always growing because of new research and new investigation that is added to the platform. So it is an interactive exploration and management of the country's archaeological heritage. And this platform, because of that, has been used by researchers and also by the general public to access detailed information about archaeological finds across the national territory. That was for the case of structures or immovable objects. But then when it comes to movable objects, we have two options. The first one is the legal custody of those objects. So there's something that ICANN does, which is that ICANN may authorize individuals or legal entities to hold legal custody of archaeological heritage as long as those individuals or those entities comply with the registration, management, and security requirements established by the Institute. So as we have established during this presentation, in Colombia, archaeological heritage belongs to the nation. It means that it is never private property. However, individuals and legal entities might ask ICANN for the legal custody of those objects. So for example, a museum can have the legal custody of an archaeological collection. It is still, the collection still belongs to the nation, but the museum could be something like the custodian of those archaeological objects. And the only entity that authorizes these kinds of situations is the ICANN. And then we also have the archaeological collections that are under the responsibility of ICANN, collections that the Institute has. They are organized throughout different places in Colombia, archaeological collections repositories. So we have one in Chocó, in the same place where there's the archaeological park of Santa María la Antigua del Darién. They are usually connected. We have the archaeological repositories at the same place where we have the archaeological parks. Then in Bogotá, which is the capital city, we have two repositories of archaeological collections. Then in the southwest of Colombia, we have another repository at the Archaeological Park of San Agustín, one at the Archaeological Park of Isnos, one at the Archaeological Park of Tierra Adentro. And also we have one in Tumaco, which is a city located in the southwest of the country. So if you see those repositories, almost all of them are located in the same places where the archaeological parks are. And that's because since all of them are under the responsibility of ICANN, the Institute manages all these heritage in the same places. So this collection that's under the care of the Institute houses approximately 43,574 archaeological objects. This collection contains archaeological objects made of ceramics, both complete vessels and fragments, also metals and goldwork, human remains, which includes bones, teeth, and mummified remains. We have also a collection of archaeological textiles, also human remains, bones, teeth, and shells. There's also a collection of lithics, and there's a collection of archaeobotanical remains. And how did these archaeological objects enter the collection of ICANN? Well, according to the information that we have of the means of acquisition of these archaeological objects, they have entered the collection mainly by archaeological research, preventive archaeology programs, rescue archaeology. There are sometimes also chance finds, and in those finds, people retrieve archaeological objects and then they go and they hand it over to ICANN. There are also confiscations of seizures of archaeological heritage that is going to be sold or that belongs to nets of illicit trafficking. And when ICANN is able to retrieve these objects, they go to the collections. There are also voluntary citizen donations. This is something that happens a lot in Colombia. And it's that especially in rural places of the countries, there are families that have had archaeological collections throughout many generations. And maybe before they didn't know that this is something that should be under the care of the Institute. But nowadays that this information is more public and that the Institute is trying to go to all the different places of Colombia to talk about these collections, then the people go to ICANN and voluntarily they give the collections that they have and that they have had in their houses during generations. There are also donations and there are repatriations. The repatriations processes are one of the main means of acquisition of archaeological objects. So many of the objects that we have in the collections housed by ICANN are the result of repatriations that the Institute has managed to achieve. So these are the numbers associated with the repatriations that we have had in Colombia from September 2022 to April 2026. In the Institute, we are really excited about these numbers because this is something unprecedented in the history of Colombia. We had never before had these numbers for repatriation processes. And this is because the repatriation of archaeological objects has been a priority of the cultural agenda of our current government. And this has helped a lot in the way of getting to identify which archaeological collections are in which countries and how to bring them back to Colombia. So between 2022 and 2026, we have managed to repatriate 1,194 archaeological objects. We are still learning about how to do this because in the past, this was not something that was done neither by the government nor by the Institute. But as I said before, it is a priority now in the cultural agenda of the government. So there are many challenges that we are still facing, especially when it comes to funding. But the important thing is that now that this has become a priority, we have been able to talk about this in places in which questions associated with repatriation had never been asked before. And it is also the reason why we're able to be here with you right now, learning from your experiences. So since we are very excited about these numbers, because as I said before, this is something that had never happened before in Colombia, We are currently working on a temporary exhibition that is going to take place at the National Museum in Bogota. And the idea in this exhibition is to display the collections of archaeological objects that have been repatriated between 2022 and 2026. The name of the exhibition in Spanish is Pasados en Retorno, and we can translate it to something like pasts in return or the pasts are coming back. And the idea for the exhibition is not to talk about the pieces, about the objects, not so much, but about their biographies, the histories that they have, how they left the country and how they came back. This one is going to be open on June 25th this year, and it will be available during 2 months. And it is one of the biggest projects that we have at the Institute right now, because we really want to show all the work and the institutional efforts that have been carried out in order to achieve these repatriations. And what you can see in the picture, well, that's the National Museum in Bogota where the exhibition is going to take place. And I also added a design of the room in which the collections that have been repatriated are going to be displayed. Now I also want to talk to you in a general way about the processes that have been carried out by ICANN in order to do these repatriations. We are currently working on some guidelines that we want to have at the Institute, and those guidelines are going to be enriched by the experiences that we have here and what we learn here. But right now, this is currently the process that we are doing when we have a repatriation. So the first step is that the archaeological objects are identified abroad. Sometimes this is really easy because people in other countries go to the embassies and they say that they have collections and that they know that they're from Colombia. So in those cases, the embassies notify the Colombian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and then this ministry notifies ICANN. But in some other places, it's really hard to know because in most of the cases, those archaeological objects left the country because of illegal trafficking. And so there's not really a way for ICANN to know that they left or where they are or when they left. But once these objects are identified, there is a contact established with those custodians abroad. And this is something that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia does. Then once they have done this, the ministry asks ICANN for a preliminary technical assessment to determine if those objects belong to the Colombian archaeological heritage. This assessment is preliminary because it is done through photographic records. The ministry shares pictures of the objects with ICANN, and then the researchers at ICANN, looking at the pictures, can do an assessment to tell if those objects belong to the archaeological heritage of Colombia or if they belong to a different country. In the cases in which it is established that they belong to the archaeological Colombian heritage, then ICANN writes a transport certificate in which this authorizes the return of the archaeological objects to the Colombian territory. Once they get here to Colombia, there is an official handover ceremony of the objects, and this is carried out between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, the Ministry of Cultures, Arts, and Knowledge Systems, which is like the Department of Sports, Culture, and Art that you have here, and then the ICANN. And in this ceremony, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs gives ICANN the objects that have been repatriated. Once this happens, the objects are transferred to the archaeological repositories overseen by the ICANN, the ones that we talked about a while ago. And then an in-person assessment of the objects is conducted in order to issue a technical opinion regarding their status as part of the nation's archaeological heritage. Because before we had the preliminary assessment through the photographic record, and now when the pieces are in the archaeological repositories overseen by ICANN, we can do the in-person assessment. Once this is done, the archaeological objects are incorporated into the ICANN inventory systems. And then, sometimes, in some cases, these repatriated objects are returned to Colombian indigenous communities. This is the goal that we have and what we really want to achieve with all of these repatriations that are being carried out. So what I'm going to do now is to show you a couple of cases and experiences that we have had in which the repatriated objects have been given to the indigenous communities of Colombia to which they belong. So the first one, this happened on May 10, 2025, so last year, and in Taikú, Tayrona National Natural Park, which is the same place that I was telling you about, Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta, where the descendants of the Tayrona live. The ICANN created something that we called a special custody arrangement, in which the Institute transferred 9 archaeological objects to the Kagaba or Kogi people. From these 9 archaeological objects, 6 out of them were repatriated between 2023 and 2024. So those 6 that were repatriated, 5 of them were repatriated on 2023, and then 1 of them on 2024. And this is really what we want, or what we hope to achieve with all the other repatriation processes that are being carried out. I think when we work, or when we continue working on the guidelines that we want to create for the repatriation processes in Colombia, we are really going to follow you on the terminology that was talked about today throughout the presentations, to differentiate the definition of repatriation and restitution, because, for example, in cases like this, I think if we follow that terminology that you were talking about earlier, then we can say that we had these repatriated objects between 2023 and 2024, but then they were restituted to the Kogi community once they were given to them. And that is really what we want to achieve, because we think what gives sense to these repatriation processes is that final act of giving back those objects to the communities to which we know that they were taken from. So for this case of those pieces that were given to the Kogi people, this special custody that was created is something that ICANN created specifically for this case. And what we wanted with this is to articulate the institutional responsibility that ICANN has as the national authority when it comes to archaeological heritage, with the indigenous systems of care and cultural meaning. So in this sense, this special custody is a framework that recognizes the importance of ensuring that archaeological objects remain under the stewardship and care of the communities to which they belong. And something that was a great opportunity for us when we were creating this special custody is that we work with the community, with the Kogi people, to create the descriptions and the forms that were going to have the information of these objects. So, for example, all the names that you see attached to that picture, that's not Spanish, that's the language of the Kogi people. This was the first time in which they had the opportunity to name these objects, their objects, using their language, because these objects had always been described in Spanish. And when they were given to them, we tried to change that and to start naming these objects in the language of the people to who all these objects belong. So this special custody, taking all of these into consideration, this is the first time that we have done it with this case, but we think that this is a mechanism that we hope to continue using in the future, because it allows ICANN to fulfill its mission as the national authority, but it also ensures the proper management of the objects, authorizing or giving them back to the indigenous communities. Then also with the Kogi, we had the restitution of ethnographic objects. In 2024, there were 3 ethnographic objects that belonged to the Kogi that were repatriated. These objects had been for more than a century in the Ethnological Museum of Berlin in Germany. And through a process of international cooperation, we were able to repatriate them and then to give them back to the Kogi people. This was done in a handover ceremony in which the Institute formalized the return of these 3 objects to the Kogi people. And they also accompany those three objects that were given to the Kogi, which include a basket, a ceremonial staff, and a garment element, accompanied 2 masks that had also been restituted in 2023. So the Institute was able to give back to the Kogi people those 2 masks and the 3 ethnographic objects that came from Germany. And this was an amazing study case for us that the Institute called the Return of the Sun, because the masks, the funerary masks that were given to the Kogi, they told us that they are called the Sun Mask and the Great Solar Mask. So the Institute decided to call this case the Return of the Sun. Then also, we have had some experiences with institutions. Last year, on December 2025, we had a really amazing experience with the Museum of Anthropology of the University of British Columbia, located in Vancouver, Canada. They contacted us directly to tell us that while they were organizing their collections, they found some archaeological objects that, according to the research that they had carried out, were from Colombia. We didn't know that they had these archaeological objects because, as I said before, when these objects go out of the country because of illicit trafficking, it is really hard to know when that happened or why they left or who took them. So we didn't know that these objects were in Canada. But the museum contacted ICANN and they said that they had these and that they really wanted to give them back, and that they thought this was a great opportunity for a repatriation. So for us, this represents a landmark in the process of returning archaeological heritage, not only because of the return of the objects themselves. There were 127 archaeological objects that were repatriated, but also because of the way that things happened. It was the first time in the history that we have in the Institute and in Colombia that a museum directly contacted ICANN to initiate and to facilitate this process of repatriation. So what we think is that this case may be understood as a recent milestone in the country's repatriation efforts, as it reflects and shows a shifting international landscape in which museums and foreign institutions increasingly recognize the importance of returning archaeological heritage to the territories of origins. And this was also a great opportunity for us to start talking about the necessity of creating a collaborative and coordinated model of work in which, for future processes, we can have a model of repatriation to work in cases like this. And then finally, we also have the role or the will of the people. The last repatriation that we had took place in March 2026. So there was a family in Chile who contacted the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Colombia to say that their father had died and that while he was alive, he had collected an archaeological collection that they knew was from Colombia, and that now they wanted to give it back to Colombia and that they wanted to do this repatriation. So it was a voluntary return process, and this is what happens the most when it comes to Colombian repatriation processes. We have people living in other countries who go to the embassies and say that they have archaeological objects, and this was the case with this family in Chile. They gave us a group of 174 archaeological objects, which for us, that's a lot to bring from Chile. But it seems like when their father was alive, he traveled a lot and he created this collection. And now that he's dead, his sons and his daughters wanted to give this collection back to Colombia. So when we were doing this process, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs requested the help of the ICANN to conduct the technical assessment. We did it, and we established that 174 objects were part of the Colombian archaeological heritage. And this last experience with this family has been really important for us because it has shown us that the willingness of the family to return these archaeological objects is vital in making this repatriation processes possible and successful. And then to conclude, I want to show you, to share with you this quote said by Elena Caicedo Fernandez, who is the director of ICANN. She's the head of the Colombian Institute of Anthropology and History. And I wanted to bring it here and to finish with this because she said this in an interview that she had about the solar masks that we talked about that were given to the Kogi people. And I think it really shows the position that ICANN and the Colombian government have right now when it comes to the repatriation of archaeological objects. So what she said is that for the Colombian government, insisting on the repatriation of archaeological heritage is a way of reclaiming the past of our indigenous peoples and reconnecting citizens with the country's cultural heritage. Repatriation means rebuilding our history, a history that has been taken from us through one of the consequences of the looting and the trafficking of archaeological objects, which is the loss of knowledge about who we were. And then by getting these objects back, by bringing them home and bringing them to Colombia, we are trying to heal these wounds from the past and also to remember what we were in the past, because that has implications in what we are today, and because that also contributes a lot to our country's history, memory, and identity. And that's it.
Let's give another big round of applause to Ms. Pratt for a wonderful presentation. Colleagues, I think I'm just going to get straight into my remarks, and I will give you an opportunity to ask questions. First and foremost, what a big mandate that they have. ICANN is SARA, it's Sandbox, and it's Ditsong, all in one institution. So I think give them a big round of applause for the work they're doing. Colleagues, I think the similarities also based on their experiences with the heritage objects that belong to the country, yes, but also to indigenous communities, we can find similarities. What you spoke about is what was spoken about by Ntate Mogeti, that we need to humanize some of these objects, we need to humanize, and by you engaging with your communities and allowing them to repatriate their objects, I think is a very powerful lesson for us as South Africa. I also think you answered a question because there was a discussion around this issue of indigenous knowledge versus institutional capacity, and what you have with your special custody framework allows for the institution and for the indigenous knowledge to exist concurrently. So I think that's a very valuable lesson for us as South Africans. But again, I just think that the work you're doing is amazing. And the pictures that you showed, I think for those of us who have not been to Colombia, you actually gave us an opportunity to have a glimpse for the first time of what Colombian heritage is like. So please give her another big round of applause. All right, colleagues, let's take one or two comments, if there are any, for Ms. Pratt. We've got a hand there. Colleagues with the microphones in front. We'll just take one or two questions, and then we will conclude the session for today with the closing remarks. So Stembi, over to you.
Thank you so much for a very thought-provoking and very interesting presentation. I mean, it's 6 o'clock, but we were still listening. I was interested in, the return of the objects to the indigenous communities. And I was looking at, obviously, these are very priceless.
Yes.
Objects. And you are returning them not to a family, you see, because with us, and I think for me, it's been something that's been giving me some concerns that we've had an experience of just a family requesting government to assist them to return objects that belong to a family. But in a case where you would have to return objects that belongs to a community, how do you ensure that they do not create tensions among the communities in terms of ownership? Or is there maybe a system in which you create like structures, like museums, like, you know, and you give it to the community to take care of it? Who becomes the real owner, the custodian of these objects?
Yes, that's a great question because it brings to attention something that I didn't say. And when these objects were given to the Kogi community, they were actually given to them to be reburied. So there's no like a person that holds on to them. They were reburied, and it is amazing because they explained to us that they had to bury them again because they needed to give them back to the earth, and because they know that those objects they know that they come from their ancestors, but they also know that they don't belong to anyone in the present. They belong to all of them. And in the case of the Kogi people in particular, they have a really close and spiritual relationship with the landscape they occupy. So for them, what was really important was to give these objects back to the earth, because they knew that as long as they were back, then everything else was in equilibrium for them. But what we had, because this is still a legal matter, I mean, ICANN has to deal with the legislation and the laws, and there has to be a way in which ICANN, as an authority, still has some kind of control over this. So when we signed, because we signed this special custody arrangement with them, the one who signed from ICANN, it was our director, and then from the Kogi people, they live in something that is called resguardos, which is a group of people, and many families live there. And then there's like a chief of that resguardo. So he was the one in this case who signed representing the whole resguardo. But we are really excited about this case because this is the first time that we have done this. But now, after being here, I have a lot of questions about the way we did things, because yesterday when we were at the museum, there was a conversation about when you give things back to the community in restitution processes, it is kind of conditional if, in order to give back, first you say like, I'm going to take pictures, and as the institute, now I'm going to take pictures and I'm going to document this. And yesterday when I was at the museum listening to that, I was like, did we do that? Was that a conditional repatriation or restitution because we gave it to the Kogi community? But first, we took a lot of pictures. There's a lot of documentation, because still, as the institute and as archaeologists, it's like we need to accumulate all that information. We need to know, even if we're giving those objects to the community. So we will talk about it when we go to Colombia. I think there are a lot of questions now that I have after having been here. But just to answer your question, they don't go back. When we gave them to the Kogi people, they didn't go back to just one family or one person. They went back to the community. They were reburied, and that's how they have them.
Thank you so much. Please, one more question, yeah?
Yes. It would be very interesting to see. So there would be like a ritual in terms of how they.
Yes, and they actually they cleansed, like you said today, that expression, because what they also say is that after all those years that those objects have been far from home and far from the community, they have somehow lost the spiritual aspect that they had. So there has to be a ritual in order to call those spirits back, and because the objects also need to be ready again to go into the earth and to belong again to the community.
And so you have not, because in your presentation, the focus was more on objects. You have not done human remains.
No, and for us, that one is complicated in the way that it is really different from what you were showing today. We don't really have records of human remains that were taken out of the country, not in the way that you have. I think the closest thing that we have is that last year we were contacted by a university in Germany that said that they have a mummy that they think that belongs to Colombia. And they sent us the pictures, but just with the pictures, it is really hard to establish because it could be from Colombia, but it could also be from Peru or Ecuador. We don't really know. But those cases, because if there are human remains out of the country that we need to repatriate, they are archaeological. Or even from historic context, maybe from the timeline in which Colombia was in the Republic, for example. Because we had like pre-Hispanic, then colonial, then the Republic. But we don't really have that information. We think that what was taken out of the country almost always were objects. We have to see the cases of human remains because there are some case studies in which they could be, but we don't really have that certainty that you have, for example, in the cases that you were showing us. And if we had those human remains, because in 2024, there were 2 skulls that were repatriated from United States to Colombia. And they came with a bunch of archaeological objects that we know are Colombian. So we assume that the skulls are too because they were together and they were collected by the same person. But we don't really know. We will have to do DNA samples, which is not something so easy to do. But in those cases in which there are human remains, for us, it is really hard to establish, even if we knew about them, that they are in different countries. And if they were to come back, we wouldn't really have a group of people to give them back to because we have lost that information. We'll see because there are cases in which maybe we could work on that, but between 2022 and 2026, what we have had is the repatriation just of archaeological objects, not human remains.
Thank you so much for that very detailed response. We have a question from Zakele, and then if we do have one more question, and then we'll conclude the session then. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pratt. Hi, I'm here. Thank you very much for that presentation. It was very enlightening. I just wanted to ask, well, just to preface my question is that in our context as practitioners or implementers of repatriation specifically, the communities that we work with, which are sort of have been dispositioned and excluded from economic participation, and this is through colonialism, through the apartheid regime, and so forth. Now, these communities that we work with often have somewhat of an expectation on the repatriations, not only as a form of redress, but also as a form of bringing about some long-term socioeconomic impact, for example, reparations within those communities. So I just wanted to pick your brain on your experiences working with the communities in your respective country, in Colombia. How do the communities receive, or do they have an expectation of the return, the repatriation process, and the restitution process of the objects or whatever resources are being restituted? Do they have an expectation of that process translating or having an economic impact, a long-term economic impact? Yes, thank you.
Please go ahead.
I don't think that is the main interest that they have. Sometimes what comes closer to that is that maybe they ask ICANN to create a museum for them with those objects that were repatriated. That's the closest thing that I can think of. And there we need to have a conversation with them because even though ICANN is the national authority when it comes to archaeological heritage, it doesn't create museums. So when there's that expectation of, are you going to repatriate these and then to give it to us and then we can create a museum? We don't create the museums, but when there are those projects, ICANN does give all the support that until I mean the things that it can do in order to achieve that. That's the only thing that I can think of that maybe they are expecting besides the archaeological, the repatriation, maybe the creation of museums. But besides that, I haven't seen a different expectation. I do know that they are really interested just in getting those objects back. Every time we have repatriation, it is the main concern that is raised. Are we going to give this back to the communities? Because if we don't, then we have a lot of repositories full of archaeological objects that are there, but that could be with the communities to which they belong. I don't know if maybe that answers the question.
Covered. Thank you so much. All right, colleagues, we'll take the last comment from the ambassador, and then we will conclude the session. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you so much. It is so much to say really from the whole day presentation and this particular presentation. I want to leave a couple of thoughts here because I'm living with them, and I think that's going to be a part of conversations with our visitors and the institutions. One has to do with this, the repatriation of ancestral remains or human remains, right? I think that we don't have necessarily that experience, but we do have bones that have been digged out in sacred lands of indigenous and Afro-descendant people. And that's something to think about it. For me, this is like an sort of internal repatriation because those are things that belong to the peoples and belongs to those lands. And as Melissa was saying, most of the interest is not to recover and put in a museum like you can see and remember, because the memory is there, but is to bring back to where they belong. So that's something that we are going to need to think about it, because there are bones, a good number of them that
a lot of human remains.
Exactly. So that's something to look out, and I think that the experience of South Africa is significant. Everything I heard today, and I'm happy actually. I struggled to stay there a long day, but I'm happy I stayed because it was so much to think about it. The other part that I take with me, and I think is very, very important that for us, is a lot of similarities on the spiritual parts that I saw today, right? There are a concept as the spiritual negotiation that takes a process of repatriation or the restitution. I think that's something that is very, very important, because it's not only, in our case, it's not only the discussions, negotiations, and processes with the indigenous and Afro-descendant people and the communities and the families, but it's also that process with the spirits themselves, right? And because as you see, these pieces have a spirituality for the indigenous people. The spirits are inhabited in those pieces, and they have been disturbed and need to be back to their need to be. So those are things that I find very, very important. And also the very comprehensive way to address restitution. And spirituality is one of them. Not only the processes between the individuals and institutions, etc., and policies, but the spiritual part of it, which is very key for processes of dignifying, humanizing, and healing. So those are things that I take, and I think is part of the stuff that we need to think. I think those are things that will bring back us to these interactions with South Africa, for instance. I think that could be elements of that implementation of that memorandum, and I hope that this really is a continuation. And for instance, exchanges between traditional authorities in terms of the whole spiritual aspects of it is something that is very, very significant and important. I will leave it at that because I know there is a short time, but I really want to thank the DISAC and the museums and everybody here present and all the sharing and also the important presence of ICANN here to share also. I think this is an incredibly important dialogue and exchange, and I hope that we can really continue it in other aspects and building up together. Something was saying here in terms of the cooperation between countries. I think that cooperation, there is a lot to build up for that cooperation between South Africa and Colombia. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you so much. Ms. Pratt, we'll take your closing remarks and then we'll end the session if you have anything to say.
No, I just want to reiterate how thankful and grateful we are with all of you. It's been 2 days, but feels like we've been here learning so much. And thank you so much for everything you've done. Really, this is an honor and a privilege to be here learning from you.
Thank you so much. Please give Ms. Pratt a big round of applause and thank you for the wonderful presentation. And Ambassador, thank you for your remarks as well. I think this is the start of a very, very important relationship given the similarities between the two countries. Colleagues, we are now at the end of our program for today. As I stated, we're going to now move to the closing reflections and vote of thanks. And this will be done by Ms. Thembi Malau, the Director of Heritage Promotion from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Following that, we will then flight the video, so you can stay to watch the video, or if you have to leave urgently, you are welcome to leave. Ms. Thembi, after your remarks, I'll just ask that you stay so we can hand over the 3 gifts to our guests from Colombia as well. All right, please give a round of applause to Ms. Thembi Malau.
This is, no, I'm fine. I think I'm fine. Good evening. To the very diligent heritage practitioners. It's good to see that the room is still, I think, 80 to 85% full. And it's encouraging. To the program director, Ben Masinga from SARA, let me thank you really for holding the fort with much energy for the entire day. As we come to the close of our seminar, I would like to take a moment to express our deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for your participation and your contributions, particularly to Her Excellency. We know how hectic your schedule is under normal circumstances is, but we really appreciate that you gave us your time today. And the representatives from the Embassy of Colombia to South Africa, the esteemed guests from Colombia, Mr. Diaz Juan Manuel, Head of Archaeology Group of the Colombian Institute of Anthropology and History, Ms. Melissa Pratt for a very beautiful presentation, a group of an archaeologist from ICANN. And now we know that ICANN is an acronym in a different, written differently from how we would write it in South Africa. We appreciate the recognition and interest that Colombia has shown in South Africa's and the continent's work on repatriation and restitution, for which as a nation we regard as a great honor. Despite being the lead department in the implementation of the Resistance and the Liberation Heritage Route program, the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture would not succeed without the collaboration and partnerships that have been established to ensure the accomplishment of this monumental project. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to extend a special word of thanks to the Chief Executive Officer of Freedom Park, Dr. Jane Mufamadi, my go-to person. As the acting DDG in the morning in her opening remarks said that this is one institution that's led by a CEO that is a CEO that when the boss says jump, she doesn't say why, she says how high. And that's Dr. Mufamadi. She's always willing to assist the department and to ensure that the mandate of the department is achieved. And today, our thanks goes to the Freedom Park for the role that they have played, not only in hosting us, but also the role that they play through the Interfaith Committee in preparing families to spiritually communicate with their loved ones prior to undertaking the visits to the various countries that we undertake to go and collect our loved ones in a symbolic manner, but also to be able to bring back the human remains. Yesterday, following the welcome ceremony at the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, the Colombian delegation was hosted by the acting Chief Executive Officer of the Ditso Museums of South Africa, Dr. Molebohe Mohapi, and the DMSA's team. We express our appreciation for the professional discussions concerning restitutory work, including taking stock of what is in their care, ranging from the sacred, royal, and sensitive collections housed at Ditso Museums of South Africa. Our museums serve as a living testament to the richness of our cultural heritage. We trust that the session was productive and will foster further partnerships and collaborations. And I have no doubt from the closing remarks from Her Excellency that there is a long-term relationship that will come from this session. And I must also say to the meeting that this session has also been well received by the Secretariat of the Intergovernmental Committee for Promotion of the Return of Cultural Property. The acronym is ICPRP, which is currently underway in Paris at UNESCO headquarters. So we have informed both our representatives, South Africa and the Colombian representative to UNESCO, that we are hosting this important session. It is to be noted that the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture not only partners with its institutions, but also collaborates with other sister departments whose ministers participate in the Interministerial Committee for the Resistance and Liberation Heritage Route. Accordingly, I request to formally acknowledge the valuable collaboration and support extended by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development through the TRC unit and the Missing Persons Task Team for their research expertise, interpersonal skills in engaging with affected families, technical knowledge and advisory support in the implementation of the national policy for repatriation and restitution of human remains and heritage objects. As you may be aware, through the policy, the Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture established the Repatriation and Restitution Office within the South African Heritage Resources Agency. Consequently, SARA is the implementing arm of the department on this very important, contentious subject. It would therefore be amiss not to express our sincere appreciation to the Chief Executive Officer of SARA, Advocate Lungisa Malgas, and the entire team, the entire SARA team. SARA brings a multidisciplinary team to the collaboration, including digital transformation, recording and documentation, and documenting the projects as we implement. These efforts indeed raise awareness and promote our cultural heritage for current and future generations, a critical factor underscored in our discussions today. And I think, Melissa, this should give you some comfort that as you take pictures and you document, you are not giving the objects and having a condition. But I think it is for the benefit of the future generations. To our distinguished speakers, we thank you for sharing your expertise and insights with us and for enriching our understanding of the important subject. Your presentations were informative, engaging, and thought-provoking, and we appreciate the time and effort you put into preparing and delivering them. Our collective efforts, as we have heard from our guests, will go a long way towards shaping best practices on the continent and beyond. South Africa commits to this continued dialogue and knowledge exchange through various means, including research, collaboration, and the consolidation of people-to-people relations. To our guests, we thank you for joining us and for your active participation in the discussions. Your presence and engagement have made this seminar a truly meaningful and worthwhile experience. To the organizers and staff, the recording and information technology team, we thank you for your hard work and dedication in bringing this seminar together. Your tireless efforts have ensured that every aspect of the event has been meticulously planned and executed, and we appreciate your commitment to excellence. Her Excellency, I must say that at some point I used to ask myself, but why are we spending so much time for a meeting? And that just shows the meticulous way in which this team spent so much time preparing for you. I must really say, Komi, Tapi, Mamu, they really placed a lot of investment into this work that happened in the past 2 days. Well, even days to come. Finally, to everyone who has played a role in making this seminar a success, The Department of Sport, Arts and Culture offers its sincere thanks and appreciation. May the knowledge, ideas, and connections made here today continue to inspire and to motivate us as we move forward. The distinguished delegation from Colombia will proceed to Cape Town tomorrow evening after undertaking excursions in our rich natural and cultural sites in and outside the Gauteng province. And I'm told that I'm actually very envious that you are going to spend half of your day in the Northwest and just enjoying also our natural landscape, our fauna and flora, which is part of our gift from our ancestors. We wish you all the best for the remaining activities and engagements, and we hope that we will meet with you in Cape Town. We always say to people who stay in Cape Town, when they come this side, we say to them, welcome to South Africa. So I hope you have your passport, because you're going to need your passport to go to Cape Town. It's another country. But thank you once again, and we wish you a pleasant day. Thank you so much.
Sis Tembi, for those closing remarks. I'm going to invite you back to the stage. You're not done yet. All right, colleagues. I would just like to invite our special guests from Colombia, Your Excellency, the Ambassador, Ms. Pratt, Mr. Diaz, if you could please come to the front, and then we'll hand it out one by one, starting with the Ambassador. Excellency, can I just invite you to the front for a group photo? Come to the front. Thank you so much. we'll take after we'll take a break. Yeah. We'll close the session, then we'll come back. No, at the end. Okay. Okay, yes. All right. Okay, colleagues, let's then take the full photo now. Okay, CEO, Ms. Pratt, Mr. Diaz, please come back. All right. Yeah. All right, thank you. Please give them all a big round of applause. All right, colleagues, friends, guests, speakers, attendees, for those who were part of the program today speaking, on your way out, Zakele, if I'm not wrong, on the way out, there's the booklets for them to collect, right? Okay, so those who were speaking today, there is something for you on this table on the way out. Colleagues, I can't speak after Sis Tembi. I think she has given a very comprehensive thank you and recap of the day. From my side, I want to thank you for your very active participation and for your patience. We are a bit over time, but you haven't fallen asleep today. Thank you so much. The session is now adjourned. Give yourselves a big round of applause.